Nyan? This is definitely the first time you've seen me today. And I did not accidentally appear earlier. Hello! Hi! Welcome, welcome! Hi! Hello! Welcome. And then the second welcome. Oh my goodness. Sure, that'll do. Welcome! Hi! Hello to Stew. I've refunded your saving the kidneys because I've already done it. But let me quickly save. No. Stretch and hydrate.
There.
No, and I'm vulnerable and stretching. Oh man, now the hand is all messed up. I don't know if that's the reason why the hand's messed up. Who knows? Thank you for the pass, Chuck. But not for the cheese. Pneumatic. Loud sploshing sounds. Hello, Cool. Welcome, Cool. Hello, Pneumatic. Hi. Thank you for streaking 5 times in a row. Lint! I'm glad you saw nothing. I'm glad. And hello, Jock, and hello, Sleepy. Hello, hi. Hello, everybody. How are the peeps? How are you peeping?
What do you call a bird with a nasty coat? A flamingo.
That... I don't know what was just said, because Twitch has already lost connection to PubSub. My OBS has already lost connection to PubSub. I don't see that in the chat. I don't see it in the list of redeems. I also don't see it anywhere on Firefox. Oh, I wonder if they've broken something. So it came through PubSub. I don't know what she said. Oh, wait a minute. I can replay it. Hold on.
What do you call a bird with a nasty coat?
Is that meant to be a nasty cough?
What do you call a bird with a nasty coat? A flamingo.
A flamingo. No, I have no idea what she's saying. I'm sorry, that was completely ruined. It turns out that I guess sorry, Robo was too terrible for me to even be able to make out what she said. Oh, I can check the log file. Hold on. Dev privileges. Hold on.
Why am I okay?
Pens! Hello! Hi! Thank you very much for the resub! Apparently, Twitch is broken somehow, so I can't see any text when it's a redeem where you type text, which I think is only TTS on my channel. Doesn't show up in the chat on OBS, doesn't show up in the activity feed in OBS, doesn't show up in the chat or activity feed on Firefox either. Amazing, just another day using Twitch. Yeah. Anyway, hi! Thank you very much for the 15-month resub. I'm now diving into my log file to see what Rebuke said.
Your spikes is less than 3.
Oh, that one showed up? Wait, why that wouldn't show up? And the other one didn't. Okay, the text that was given before was... Thank you very much, by the way, Yoon. Hi, Yoon. What do you call a bird with a nasty cough? A flamingo. Flamingo. I see. Why they written EY? I don't even get it. Thank you. Sorry for that joke being absolutely destroyed. Joke. I do appreciate the dad jokes. Not only was Robo UK unable to say it, but I was unable to say it. Anyway, aside from probably being unhappy now due to me butchering the joke. Hello, peeps. That's really cool. You can see me moving my keyboard back. What the hell? See me putting it vertical, so now I have to type like this. To make way for other keyboard. A flamingo. Yeah, like phlegm. Yeah, stuff. I'm grabbing the keyboard, one sec. The other keyboard. The musical one. That's an interesting sequence of noises. I'm getting it down from up on my bed. Where else do you store your keyboard? That's where I store it. Oh shit, I forgot about the power supply. Oh, never mind. Past Yuk was kind to me. She left it in an easy to re-find place. Okay, I got it. in this little bag. But yeah, welcome. How's the Yoon doing as well? How are Yoon doing? I scraped my finger a bit while on the desk just now. Let's plug this in. I'm probably not going to have a live camera view this time, but there probably will be times where something like a setup or something looks interesting. So I'll take a photo of it and I'll show that. Because I realized I didn't take a single photo on the last stream of it being open, and we were just settling with this crappy, flickery, somewhat out of focus, suboptimal angle live view, and it's like, okay,
Jeez.
If you actually want to see stuff. Why cheese? Hi Smash Max, welcome. If you actually want to see stuff, I feel like I could actually take a proper photo. Hope you as well too. I'm not too bad, thank you. Hold on. Just gonna turn around and grab some screwdrivers. The half-broken webcam added to the atmosphere. But don't worry, I'm still waiting for something. Basically, yeah, I'm still waiting for something to arrive that'll fix that. Or do you worry? Question mark. So if I, anytime between now and like Wednesday, probably, they're estimating. If I do that again, it'll be just as broken. So yeah, don't you worry. There's opportunity for more webcam stuff, and who knows if this will even fix it. I mean, I have high hopes, but whatever. I've been let down many times with this thing. Anyway. How's the smash? Not much is up here right now. I'm feeling like today is what I want to do today will hopefully not be too difficult and might look kind of interesting. Though if I wanted to look properly interesting, that actually will take some effort. But I hope to at least get to the point where I'm sniffing out the messages that are being sent from the CPU inside this keyboard to the actual chip that makes the sound. And having them sent over to my computer where we can marvel at them in real time as we hear it. I'm trying not to destroy these screws. The sniffing just reminded me of you running up to the camera sniffing on my stream the other day. Oh yeah, hold on. Oh god. Smells like octopus. Ah.
Formaggio.
I'm sorry, I understand. I don't even need to ask why cheese that time. It was self-defense. Hello family. Welcome. Why do I repeat everything twice? Man, I noticed it once and then I can't stop noticing it. It's like I want to say a thing, but it feels like I said the thing too quickly. And so my brain just keeps looping the buffer. Thank you. You're welcome. This is what it sounds like when I don't repeat it. Isn't that awkward? So much silence, so much downtime, so much dead air. Hi Trades, welcome. How are you doing? Ah! Jeez. Are they?
She sniffs. She knows it smells of seafood. Cackles crave such things.
True.
Very weird cat. Deserves cheese.
What do you mean? I mean, I like, cheese is nice to eat, but when it's not applied directly to the face, right? You said to the. I don't know what I said. The feed or something. I think all the screws are removed. Ah. Now you try and take the back off again.
Cheese?
No cheese. No cheese. Hi, you got uni.
Cheese.
Why?
Cheese.
I got Yamaha as well. Oh my god.
There. Cheese.
My hands, they do nothing. Oh god, I'm stuck. Apply directly to the forehead and do not.
cheese.
Oh my god, hi Nai. Are you trying to use up your Streamly cheese redeems? Hello Topo, by the way, I can't remember if I said. I can barely see when I'm on the screen now. Yup. But excessive amounts of cheese.
Fromage.
Right? Right? I feel like one slice is excessive. Okay, I'm trying to lift the... Okay, there we go. There it is. Nice, nice. There was a blind cat girl at the market, right? What was that? A blind cat girl couldn't see past the cheese. I can relate. She walks up in the morning... she walks up in the morning to the seafood stand and takes a large whiff. Hello, ladies. What? Is this me? Are you saying this is me trying... Oh my god. I shook the case and everything, all the screws fell out. Are you saying this is me trying to... Riz? Like, I'm wearing the cheese as if I think it's an attractive thing? Well, hello, ladies. I do indeed have a bunch of cheese. Can I interest you in some cheese? Okay, there's nothing loose left in here now. Good. We just left with the little modification that I made on the last stream, which I'm going to use today. We're going to connect up something different. On the last stream, we connected up a logic analyst. Actually, I'm going to do that again first because I want to check some timings. It's a portmanteau of the... Wah!
Still less cheesy than my jokes.
It's true. Hi, Rib. How are you doing? Hello. Welcome. Thank you so much for the resub. Has it been 17 months already? What the time is doing the silly thing. It's a portmanteau of the intro to an Afro Man song. Oh my goodness, Afro Man. That's a name I haven't had in a while. Okay, let's take a photo of this thing. And I'll show you what the current state of this the inside of this keyboard is. Which you could see on the previous stream, but now you get to see it in hopefully a clearer way. Thank you for the pat. Aww. So I'm just taking a photo right now. I'm gonna make it like nice and bright and high contrast and stuff. Okay, I can do that. Oh, what if I put on the HDR mode? I feel like that'll make it easier to see. Does that work? Oh my god, that's so much easier to see. Okay. I got just the photo. Now to transfer it in the only way that is... The best way of transferring photos, still in 2026. Posting it to Discord, and then grabbing it from Discord. We still, as a species, have not worked out how to share files yet. Also, yeah, whoa! Show us the cheese? What do you mean, show us the cheese? What do you mean? What do you mean by that? Did you not just see it all? There's a lot of it. Maybe we can see the cheese for the cheese. Okay, I'm saving. We're cropped. We're deleting the original. We're loading Discord. We're going to wait for Discord. We're going to look at a picture of Pulcra on Uni server that I definitely can't show on Twitch. And then let's drop this into the stream chat channel on Discord. So anybody who's looking on there gets like a few seconds of a preview. Before I now show it on stream. Okay, let's show it on stream. So and where's OBS? Where's OBS? There's OBS. Boop. Ta-da! It's the chip. This is how it ended up yesterday. We have these things up here that allow me to connect to all of the different digital signals on this chip, plus ground. The straight up KD front. Does Windows have a KD Connect like thing now to connect to a phone on the same network? I don't know. I don't know what that is. Maybe I should have a look, I guess. So yeah, wow, that joint doesn't look so good, does it? It's a very, very bulbous joint. Whatever, it's temporary. So yeah, this little chip here, for those who don't know about
I
this.
was only 9 years old. I love cheese so much, I had all the kinds and flavours. I pray to cheese every night before I go to bed, thanking for the life I've been given. Cheese is love. I would say cheese is life.
Okay. Is this like the origin story of Yuke? This is how she became the streaming cheesy cat girl? God, am I gonna have to call myself at that at some point? I'm no longer the weird cat. If your phone is on the same network, you can do things like send files between them just from the share button on the phone. There's a share button on the phone? Oh, you mean like right. If the photo app has a thing like that, I'll have to have a look. View phones files on the computer. Okay, that sounds useful. Not sure how much of that the Windows version supports. I'll have to have a look. It has an iOS version as well. Interesting. Not useful for me though, but interesting. Pretty interesting. For the uninitiated, what is the project / goal? So yeah, thank you for putting me back on track. I was about to try to explain it before I forgot. So yeah, basically we have I gotta go back into Create and Dev to find the pictures again. No, I haven't. I gotta go into Nerd Chat to find the pictures again. They're basically the same channel at this point. Let's be honest. So hi Maple! Local send app. Okay. I'm gonna make a note of these things. For file sharing from phone. KDE Connect.
You kissed it.
Locals end. Hi, Vecnact! Welcome. So there's this keyboard from 1990 that I inherited from my grandpa. I opened it. It looks like this inside. There's the main CPU. There's the chip that makes all the sound. It's like an 8 voice FM synth plus some like 5 drum sounds. I don't know if they consume the 8 voices or if they each have their own. Hey, you can't chat cats cheese lovers unless you don't identify as cats or cheeses. Yeah, electronics lovers maybe, I don't know. Weirdness lovers, I don't know. Anyway, you may notice there are only 2 sockets here. We've got the headphones, we got the power.
Cheese.
You got the power to cheese, apparently. Well, Queen King. And I thought, wouldn't it be cool if I could like basically modify it to have a MIDI input? Yeah, that's it. Also, the MIDI input can maybe even be velocity sensitive, as in like the messages that say this note should be played softer could actually sound different to the messages that say the note should be played harder, because the you know, maybe that's possible. Maybe it's possible to adjust the output of each channel, or like how harsh it sounds, because the keys here they're not velocity sensitive. They're just on or off. My hand is stuck in the air. Tense! Hello, if you send fast messages, the notes play faster. It's true. It's called velocity though, and it really means how hard you hit the note. I think it's called velocity because of how the hardness is like measured. It's technically like the time difference between like when the note passes when the key passes some downness and a further downness. Like there are 2 sensors for every key basically. So if you press a key really hard, like bam, then like it's gonna go between those 2 points, those 2 sensors really quickly. If you press it like really gently, then it's gonna go past those 2 points. With a big gap between them. Big being very relative. Why is my hand stuck, man? How was I greeted? How were you greeted now? You said hi to Myriad. Hi, Tense. I can't remember if I already said hi to Tense. Wait, Myriad's here? Hi, Myriad! Thank you for streaking 5 times. Did you not just say Tense hi? What? I don't know. I don't have a memory. Anyway, I've connected to a bunch of these pins, wires that go to these things here. So we are going to attempt to cheese. Exactly. Thank you for finishing my sentence. I'm now going to cheese. Thank you again, Ashy. Oh my goodness. Okay, I'm gonna connect up my oscilloscope because I wanna clear up a couple of uncertainties that I had, which were I'm trying to find them. Okay, so on the last stream, I had this picture here. Oh my goodness, where are we? 0. Control 0, hello? How can I not? Okay, let's just exit this, I guess.
Cheese.
And reload it. What's all that about? Anyway, we have this thing here, white cheese. And, yeah. Did I find the chip select? I found the latch. I mean, I would call it latch. Someone else has called it chip select. But that makes it sound like the chip is only... whatever. Anyway, so I need to double check that these two are actually the correct way around. And I had purposely swapped the left and right on my... of the input to the sound interface because I thought that cable was backwards. There are times when... I mean, at least I do have a cable which has the colors backwards. The red and white audio thingies backwards. Normally white is left and red is right. So I had them plugged in the opposite way around because I thought this cable was the backwards one, but maybe it wasn't. So I'm going to double check and I'm actually going to connect my own headphones directly to the keyboard. And listen, I don't know why I didn't check that on the last stream. It would have been super quick to verify. Hold on, I have to go digging in my drawer for the headphone adapter. 1 sec.
Sorry for pinging you so often. I was searching for Fireball as we wrote on Discord. As you can see, I found the English dub. Would love a watch along.
Okay, I refound it. Whew, that took a while. I thought I wasn't gonna find it. Sorry for pinging you so often, was searching for Fireball. That's fine. You're not pinging me too much. This is all relevant stuff. Is my scope still plugged in? It is. Okay, let me just wait for it to turn on. And then I'll put it up on the screen. So although you're not gonna see a live view, you are at least gonna see something that's happening in the real world, kind of. Measurements of it. Rooting in drawers for random tech items is kind of my ASMR. Aw. Or your kind of ASMR. Why do you have cables with wrong colors? I don't know. A company made it. It's kind of gross, right? I was kind of disgusted when I got it, but that's how it is. Anyway. Like if I was unsure, I could easily... And it was on my computer, I could easily like change balance from left to right or something, but... I mean, do you remember when that was actually possible on the Windows volume mixer? I think they removed that a long time ago. But... Rephrase, why do you keep cables with the wrong colors? Because I don't have an endless supply of money and the cables work. I just have to remember how to use. I'm not about to throw away a working thing. Okay, let me add the overview of my oscilloscope and see if that works. There it is. Oh my god! Thank you very much, Tens. Go buy better cables, please. Okay. Alright, maybe I'll look for another one of these cables. Thank you. Thank you very much, Tens. Thank you for the gift yourself. So Kitco, Luca, Sparky, Beardy. Wow, that actually does sound like they might be interested. Ah, wanna. And PK6. Okay, I'm going to get ready to turn this on, and I don't know how loud this is going to be on my headphones. That's kind of scary. Well, at least fix the connections to be right. You have the tools. Well, I mean, I guess. Okay, I'm going to unplug my headphones for a sec so I won't be able to hear anything. Actually, that's not yet. I've just set the instrument first. How do I do this again? Which one was it? Wave was 89. Okay, sorry, I have to keep flipping the keyboard upside down to be able to do things. Oh yeah, right, I need the boxes to support the keyboard so it's not constantly having its keys pressed on my desk while it's upside down. Okay, that should work. That should work. Kinda. Maybe. Okay, not if it's like that, but... I didn't set up as well today as I did last time, did I? I was prepared last time. I didn't want to waste any more time. I wanted to be able to actually stream while I can talk for once! Without disturbing people. Or, you know, even shout like that. I'm gonna press the key and I should see something on this. Whoa! Ah! The stuck in my head. Thank you very much, Red Epicness! Also, hi, Red Epicness! Thank you for the 100 beats! Did I say hi to Finuki-chan? Hello. Okay, I'm gonna probe where I marked out left. And hopefully when I press the key we should see something. Yeah. It's going quieter. And it's going louder, because this instrument goes left to right. If I wanted to look at this properly, then I should probably like zoom in and set the coupling to AC and then zoom in a bit. Now I should be able to see it. Oh, I saw a tone as well as noise. Hold on. I think it's because... Yep. Dual voice was still on, which plays two different instruments at the same time. And now you should only see the wave. Fading on. Going quieter. Getting louder. Getting quieter. Look at that, it's like it goes to center, and then it goes left and down, and it waits. And then it goes right and up. And then it waits. Maybe it doesn't, I'm not sure. Anyway, I'm gonna plug in the headphones and have a look at whether it goes left or right when I see the thing go bigger. I'm possibly deaf myself. No, that's not too loud. Okay, let's see. So this top pin, which I have marked as left. Oh, hang on, it's like I'm only hearing on one ear because this headphone adapter is kind of broken. Okay. Let's see. I know you can't hear any of this. It's very loud now that's on the left. And it's fading away to 0 now it's on the right. Yeah, I did it correctly. That is the left. The one that the other person reverse engineered is wrong. That is most definitely the left output. Huh, I did it right. I was doubting myself when I looked at the other person's pinout, which disagreed with mine, but it actually is left. Alright, nice. I had the cable connected correctly. Anyway, alright, so now that that's confirmed, I don't need to modify that. I want to connect these to the little cheap Chinese logic analyzer thingy one more time, because I was really stupid and I did not actually I could just measure this on the scope. I didn't need to. Okay, scope, come back on. I'm lazy. I don't want to wait for the... I don't have to grab the logic analyzer. I wanted to... It was silly and I didn't save any of the captures that we looked at on the screen on the last stream. Also, you earned a hype chest. Open to see your reward. Open. End love is what I got. Interesting. It's like a fish. Wow, that's a really colourful fish. Aw, I think I could use this with Alkaline. She likes fishes. NASA Sparkle. Okay, let me just actually refresh the thingy so I can actually see the thingy. Why are we seeing... What has happened to my scope view? There we are. That was interesting. Okay, so if I monitor this one... and I properly go to DC, and I properly go to not too loud, and we trigger on the falling edge, which we already are, and we just trigger once. Oh, okay, so these are 2 pairs actually. Alright, so the amount of time between these 2 latches, by the way, the reason I'm wanting to do this is I'm wanting to see how quickly the... Okay, so I should say what I plan to do on this episode. I plan to connect this chip to an Arduino. And I'm going to connect the 8 data bits that make up a byte. Let's turn on this stupidly quiet song. Who the hell made this stupid thing? Oh, it was me. The song, I mean. Anyway. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I plan to connect those to one port on an Arduino. On an Arduino, yep. And then I plan to use this value here to trigger an interrupt on the Arduino when it goes live. And when that happens, I want to read the 8 pins here, which I can do in one instruction, which is cool. And then I also want to make a note of what this value is. So, I want to know how quickly I have to do that, because I'm going to want to capture those two separate little downward spikes you see on the oscilloscope there. Those are 2 separate reads that I need to do. One of them is the address, and one of them is saying, hey, read a value from here, PS, it's the address. And then the second pulse is saying, hey, read a value from these again, PS, this time it's the data, the value. Alright, so let's see how much time passes between these 2. Give me the cursors. So you can be over there, no worry. Yeah, you can be there. So at this moment, and the other cursor needs to be there. This whole thing needs to be finished in about 14 microseconds. That's not much time, is it? think I fell asleep before you could check your assumption about those pins last stream. Other pins on the left side, red and parallel indeed. They are! They are all 8 bits of a data byte. Also, this one pin here that I wasn't sure about, this one here, I just measured a smaller voltage on, I checked someone else's pin outs, and they said that's the reset pin, which makes perfect sense. So this is the power supply pin up here, and this is the reset pin. And the reason it reads a slightly lower voltage, probably, is because it's probably being pulled up through a resistor. And then the CPU pulls it down to ground when it wants to reset. So that makes perfect sense. And I will probably need to use this. Oh, will I? Will I even need to use that? Will I need to use that? I guess I probably should use that in my circuit eventually. But right now we're not trying to write to the chip at all. We're just trying to listen to what is being sent. Basically, we're listening to the CPU. Even though I'm connecting to this chip, we're listening to what the CPU is sending. They all end up as bits in the same register? Yes, it would appear so. And then this pin here says whether the bits are describing an address, a location to store those bits, or a value that should be stored at that address, that register. And I actually believe what the other person who reverse engineered it said. I assumed first that you'd put the address in, you know, as in to say, hey, move to this location in memory, and now here comes the data to put in there. But according to the other person, it is the data that comes in first that I guess must be put into like a special temporary holding location. And then the address says, okay, you know that thing that I've already sent you, store it here. And the reason I think that they're actually right with that is, even though it seems weird to me to put the address second, is the values that I was, the data bytes that I was seeing, the ones that changed for each note that I was pressing were the first of a pair of bytes, not the second. The second were always the same, so it's probably that it's putting a different value into the same register. Anyway, sorry. Smart Cat is doing smart stuff again. Finally! I'm done flipping electronic stuff in so long. The Zenless has consumed me. But finally there's a thing that I think is interesting enough to force me to do it, even though I'm like not getting great sleep. I'm not sure about the Smart Cat, just the fun electronic stuff. But hi Bix, welcome. Hope you're doing alright. So anyway, these two pulses, we need to read a value for both of them, right? And oh, by the way, the reason I'm wanting to do any of this is because I want to be able to read, like, what I want to make the Arduino do is, once it's read these two values, as in like, you know, an address and the data, in the other order, data and then address, I wanted to send that to the computer as like text that I can read on the screen, right? I want to be able to see, like literally be able to read as text, hey, this value just got stored in this register, and I'll be able to hear it at the same time, you know? I can just have the headphone out of the keyboard connected, so I can like hear what each thing means. I mean, it's a crap load of things that are being sent all the time. It's never really just one thing that's changing. But I'm not doing too badly, thanks, Vix. So what I'd like to do is like have that stuff being sent over to the computer, which is slow. Sending data to the computer is like really slow by comparison to this. So what I'm probably going to make it do is I'm going to try to make the code that runs during this interrupt when this pin goes low, like it is up there. I've got to make it like super tiny. We can't possibly... There is an ASCII view in the logic analyzer, yes. But unfortunately, I only have 8 bits on the logic analyzer. And I need at least 9. Because I need the latch. And I need 10, because I want to see this as well. So, but the Arduino has many more pins. And so, yeah. So I want to keep the code that runs in the interrupt on the Arduino as short as possible, like super tiny. So basically, what I'm thinking of doing is having like a small, basically like a little buffer, like a little array, and every time the latch goes low, all it does is reads this and reads this and stores those in the buffer. and then like moves like the right pointer onto the next one. Essentially, it's going to be what's called a ring buffer. And that's it. That's all it's going to do. It's not going to send it off to the serial port at all, because that's far, far, far too slow. And then, outside the interrupt, so this is what's going to be happening all the time that it's not in the interrupt, it's just going to be working its way through that buffer, saying like, okay, what's the next thing I need to send? And we'll start the slow process of sending it. Meanwhile, like, the interrupt could be happening, a bunch of times. But hopefully, these pulses are like so few and far between in the grand scheme of things that we never like actually run out of space in the buffer. And I could double check that that's actually going to be the case, I suppose, but essentially we're going to have like a lot of time, hopefully, to send the data between these pulses. How far apart are these, for example? There's 348 microseconds roughly there, 350. Okay, let me do a quick calculation. Hold on. Also, hi NPC, welcome. And hi Kiono, hello. Yeah, it's warming up in here. Sounds like a good plan. Arduino has a good bunch of RAM. It does. But hopefully I won't need to buffer many. Like, 32 or something. Why cheese? Wait, why cheese? Hi Omni, welcome. So if I send these at this baud rate... No, not that baud rate. This is like a usual maximum supported baud rate. In other words, this many bits per second are being sent from the Arduino to the computer. But you have to bear in mind, these are not like just data bits. There's also like a special start bit and a special stop bit, which comes out to 10 in total, which means it's really easy to like calculate the number of real bytes being sent. You just divide it by 10. So that's the actual number of usable bytes per second that I can easily send from the Arduino to the computer. About 11.5 kilobytes per second. And every time that I'm wanting to see like a line of text from the computer, I want to see the register that it's being stored at, and I want to see the value. And the way that I'm going to display these in text is probably hexadecimal. Like two characters, and then like maybe an equal sign, and then another 2 characters. Like 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, A, B, C, D, E, F. And then another one of those equals another one and another one. And then I'm also going to want like a new line character, which is on Windows technically like 2 characters. So that's a total of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Thank you for the follow, Gregor Waffles. That's a total of 7 bytes for every message. We can actually get a higher baud rate if I need to. And I could also just get rid of the equal sign if I need to. And I could also make it so the line breaks are only 1 character if I need to. It doesn't hurt to have a big buffer even if we won't need it. In case it actually needs it, you likely won't suddenly lose it. Yeah, if we actually suddenly need it though, it is going to be a problem though. How do I explain it? There are times when it's going to go... If it's going fast, it's probably going to be fast for a long time rather than a burst is what I'm thinking. At least that's what I was seeing when I was looking at the captures. Like, there are some instruments that just don't send anything between the notes, and there are others that are constantly sending things. And then when you're playing the demo, the way it makes like a chorus effect is like it's constantly adjusting the pitch of 2 voices, like up and down. And there's just like a flood of messages. So, and that's happening like a lot. It's not just like a burst at the start of a note. Anyway, hi, is that a Yamaha chip? It is. It is. It's an FM synth chip. Plus some, like 5 channels of PCM audio. It's known as OPK2. But Yamaha never released a datasheet. But 2 people have like tried to do a bit of reverse engineering. At least there are 2 websites where I saw it. But I'm willing to do it myself. Yes. I'm willing to do it myself. The only time I've looked up what other people have done so far is in quickly saving the pages, just in case... Why cheese? Hi Shai, welcome. Is in quickly saving the pages for future reference in case they disappear off the face of the internet and I can never find them again. But I haven't like actually properly read them yet. And on at the end of the last stream, I double checked someone else's... The pinouts worked out, like reverse engineered by someone else, to see if it matched to mine. And ain't nobody got time for that. Why? And mine disagreed with it in two ways. Firstly, this one I didn't realize at first that it was this pin is basically saying, hey, the value is the I can't remember which way around it is. I can't remember if I fixed this or not, but essentially whether this pin is high or low, I had the wrong way around for whether it's indicating the value is an address or the value is or the data is an address or the data is a value. Man, there are too many similar words. And the other way we disagreed was whether the left and the right on this. And I double checked today. And I actually got it right. So we need to send how many bytes for every message? 7, right? Something equals something. New line. Character return line feed. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah. Okay. So if we divide this by 7, that's how many messages we could send per second if we're literally sending them as that raw text like that for every single message. So the question is, how many messages is the CPU actually sending to this chip per second, right? Well, in this case, these two messages are 350 microseconds apart. If they are 1,000 apart, in other words 1 millisecond apart, that would be 1,000 messages. If they were 500 apart, that would be 2,000 messages per second. And so 350 means we're over 2,000 a second. So this is actually not fast enough. However, if we look on the grand scale of things, we zoom out further, and I probe it again. Which one is it? This one? I'm not seeing anything. There we are. Okay, I'm gonna zoom out more. I'm gonna zoom out even more. I'm gonna zoom out even more. I'm gonna play a load of notes at once. Okay, that's a lot of stuff. Hang on a second, let me just put it back to normal. Oh shit. My ground thingy fell off. I'm just gonna spam crap loads of notes there. Wait. Okay, that's... right, when I release the probe from it, it picks up noise. Okay, there we are. Now I'll have a look at these. Because, like, this is a pretty worst case scenario hit, right? So let's see just how bad it is. Why does this look so weird on the... Oh, it hadn't updated. On the screen, on the computer. And you're already looking at it. Basically, every one of these seems to be 2 pulses, right? If we zoom in really far. Oh no, actually. Wait. Was I probing the correct... Oh, I was probing the wrong one. I was accidentally probing this instead of this. So really, we have double the number of things, because for every message that's sent, we get one latch with this low and then another latch with this high. So it really is twice as bad as we can see right now. For every one of these spikes, there are actually 2 things we need to read. Okay. Let's look at the densest part. Where are we seeing crap loads of messages? We're seeing crap loads here. Is this like the densest part? This looks really dense here. Densely packed. And if I can remember how, this scope has the ability to count the number of pulses, but I can't flipping remember how to do it. So I'll just manually do it, I guess. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. 14 messages in the span of... How long is that? 2.5. Okay, so we've got like... In this much time... We have 14 messages. So like an average of that much of a gap between them? Am I working that out correctly? Is that what I'm seeing? Is that right? And actually it's like worse than that, right? It's kind of like half of that. Oh, but this is, hang on. This is, yeah, this is microsecond. Oh, dude, this is far too slow. This is like far too slow. Holy crap. Hi, FNT. Welcome. We're probably gonna need to use a higher baud rate. And I might also change it to have like a single character for a new line. And maybe I'll get rid of the equals sign as well. Might not be quite fast enough, I wonder. I wonder. What is the fastest baud rate we can actually get with an Arduino, I wonder? Well, there's one way to find out. I love FM synthesis as well, by the way. Grego. You have some FM modules on your Euro rack. Nice! That's an expensive hobby to get into. That and the fact that I don't have enough money. Or space, rather. I don't have enough space either. Is, well, I haven't got into it, I guess. Also, I don't really like the idea that things are so...
Eurorackman.
Dev! Hello! Hi! Thank you for the resub. 42 months, what are you doing? Ah, thank you. Ah. Hello. Hi. I hope you're doing okay. Thank you very much for the resub. Regarding the Eurorack stuff, I kind of don't like the way the presets that you make, configurations that you make are so fleeting. Like you can't save them. In order to make anything else, in order to make another instrument or sound, you have to like destroy the current setup. And I have such like a hoarder's mentality and like a fear of like never being able to, you know, almost like a fear of losing things. That I'd probably just make one good or interesting sound, vaguely interesting, not even good, and then never change it again. Now it's just a machine that makes that sound and that sound only. Thank you for the saving of the kidneys. I actually don't need to at the moment, but thank you. I'll refund you.
Doing everything in restricted perfection. That for short. Words to live by.
Words to live by. Thank you, Rebecca. Derp for short. My treasure? That's what I'd be like, I guess, yeah. Let me hydrate. Over the top of this keyboard is probably not a great idea. Well, we could just make a very quick thing, couldn't we? Let's make a very quick thing. Let's initialize... Oh my goodness, I just realized I'm gonna have to be typing on my keyboard a whole bunch, but the musical keyboard is in the way. Is there any way I can do this without having to type vertically? Can I type like this? Yes, kind of. Is that actually the sound of your toilet flushing, or is it just... It's my toilet. It's my toilet. I recorded it. So let's do serial... No, without screaming it. Serial... .begin. We'll start at 11520. And in the main loop, I'll just do serial.write. I don't know, let's do the character Y for... No, W for weird. And that's it. What a great thingy this is. So this is going to be Arduino Mega 2560. The reason I'm using a Mega is because for just monitoring the stuff, I would be able to get away with just using a an Arduino Uno. But if I want to be able to read from all those pins and then also write, like read from all the equivalent CPU pins and write out to the chip pins, eventually I will need a Mega because there aren't enough pins to do that on the Uno. While like nicely having it so that I can just like do a single port write to write all 8 pins or a single port read to read all 8 pins. Okay, I've convinced this USB cable to be freed from the mass of cables. W is such a hip single letter. It kind of is. But it's for weird. It's for weird. I'm up for options of different letters. I thought of capital A at first, but that's not going to look very interesting because an A is like 64 or 65, right? So a lot of the bits are going to be all 0. Whatever the proper word is. Don't worry, I didn't even notice the mistake. You gotta not point it out. Own it, go with the flow, whatever the hell other expressions are. Oh, I just did the exact same thing. If I'd just gone with own it, then something. Okay, we are going to, it's port 6, I remember. Oh, apparently it's not. Oh yeah, because it's plugged into a different port this time. Okay, let's see which one disappears when I unplug it. Is it 10, 4, 7, or 9? I'm pretty sure it's 4 or 7. It's probably going to be 7. Unplugged. Okay, it disappeared. Plug it back in. Why do we have to do this? Okay, 7. Let's save this. Let's call it, OPK2 thing. How many projects do I have that end in thing, I wonder? I'm also going to put a small delay after this. A small delay of 1 millisecond. That's going to be a huge delay when seen on the scope probably, but let's upload. Do I need to include something for serial? I actually can't remember. And then I'll probe it with the scope and we'll see what speed we're actually getting. No, I do not need to. Something. Okay, hold on a second. I need to find a place where I can clip on the ground for this probing. That should work. Okay. We're gonna measure TX0. We should see it sending something. There it is. And you can see it's like wobbling a little bit because we have not disabled interrupts. So sometimes there are interrupts for timing. Okay, so here we are. This is W being sent over and over and over and over and over. And we can work out what the baud rate is if we measure from the start to the end. Actually, I'm pretty sure there's a specific measuring thing. I think it's called burst width. Let's see. Wait, is this right? I think the stop bit is always high, right? Let me make it so that we're writing... There's actually not an easy way to measure it, because we have to... The way this is being sent is a start bit, and then the 8 data bits. The start bit is high, right? And the stop bit is low, I think. Or rather... The start bit is not idle, and the stop bit is idle. It's idling high, so it's the other way around, whatever. Anyway, TLDR. We have to imagine there's 1 extra pulse in there when we're calculating this. I'm gonna send all on bits. Cereal is always present. As it should be for the perfect breakfast. Is this... Sorry, why am I putting this in speech marks? Oh! Oh, it is active high for the serial, for the start bins. Sorry, for the data bins. Okay, well in that case I'll write 0. We should see a much longer... Yeah, there we are. I like the way we see nonsense while it's uploading, which is not nonsense, obviously. So this plus like the width of one more bit is the 0, right? Ah, you know what? If I just send 2 of these, one right after the other, then we can measure from the start of one pulse to the start of the next pulse. Then that'll tell us the... There we are. So these are our... So if we measure... If we just clear all this crap, actually, we can remove the plus width and we'll add... The time... we want the time that is like... The period, that's what we want. So 85.9. Actually, frequency is telling us what we want, isn't it? Now I think about it. Frequency is actually telling us what we want. Yeah, never mind. We already have what we want. It's the frec. The frec there is the baud rate. That's pretty cool. 11.63. Wow, so that's actually quite a bit faster than 115200. It's actually 116300. Huh. Interesting. Okay, let me just check the description for how frequency is measured. Oh, period. Time between the middle threshold points of 2 consecutive like polarity edges. Middle threshold points, so that's when it goes from low to high of 2 consecutive like polarity edges. Okay, so this should just work. 2 consecutive like polarities, so that for high to low to high to low, or low to high to low to high. Should be the same. Alright, so, well, let's see if we can do double. Actually, the real thing I want to see is... This does actually let us choose above 115200, which is very nice. We're seeing a whole lot of nothing as well, probably because these are 0 bytes, which are not, like, printable. Also, I'm seeing that the, this clone of an Arduino that I got has been labeled with RX and TX LEDs the wrong way around. It's saying that it's receiving, but it's actually transmitting. Amazing. I've never had that before. Anyway, so on this times 2. So that times 2 is 230400. Yes, that's an interesting one. My thing's falling over. So let's see. Can it actually do it? If it can I actually read it? Well, there it is! And the frequency is 21.97, so it's actually 219700 roughly. But hey, that is much faster. That's pretty cool. You know what? Can we actually just type our own number in here? We can't. That's really silly. Oh, wait. We can do 250,000. Okay, yeah. I was wanting to do this because that cleanly divides into the 16 megahertz. So we should get much more accurately 250 if I choose that. And I, actually type it. Because the Arduino is running at 16 megahertz. The CPU is. So to divide it down... 2472. Okay, that's closer. That's closer. Baud rate is symbol rate, which is bit rate. Well, baud rate is symbol rate, and you divide it by 10 and you get the bit rate in this case, yeah. Because there's a start bit and a stop bit. Okay, let's just make sure that we on the computer end can actually read it. Let's try to transmit nyan, I guess. Print line. Nyan. So this is going to be NYAN. And then, I guess just a line feed? Or is it a character return line feed? I don't even remember. Let's see what happens. If we zoom out, we should be able to see a whole bunch of stuff. There we are. We've got, that's a whole nyan being repeated now. Look at that. Okay, question is, can we receive it? The answer is yes, we can. All right. So if necessary, we can have a higher speed. Nice, good to know. Good to know. We could probably even go higher, but hopefully we won't need to. All right, I think it's about time that we start writing actual code for this thing, other than just testing what baud rates we can do. And for this, I'm going to move the keyboard away from me, the musical keyboard, while I, you know, actually type. Barbertons for me! Wish you much fun and joy and optionally success. Oh, thank you. I feel like the joy is going to come from the success. Okay, balancing the keyboard that way around. I mean, just resting the back cover on the keyboard. Okay. Okay, I can actually type now. I don't think we'll need the oscilloscope for a little while, so let's get rid of that. Thank you for the past tense. Past tense sounds like I'm trying to say past tense, but I'm not quite doing it correctly. Yeah, the teal is in here. The teal. All right. So I'm gonna need I'm gonna need to look at the pin mapping of the 2560 Arduino thing. Assuming this clone has the pins connected in the same way, I guess we can write another little test to test that. And then I'll need to fire up the scope again, so... Anyway, let's see, where are we? Programming, Arduino, info, port mapping, 2560... Okay. So zoom in so we can actually read any of this tiny red text. What the fuck? What is this? Oh, okay. Wait, why is it ending? Oh, it is a PNG. I thought this was an SVG. Wait. Well, there's an SVG. Okay.
Cheese.
Is it an Arduino Mega clone? It is! Hi, Lana Flat Facer! Hello, hi. My cheese, Chaos. Hello. Okay, so I'm gonna want to choose a port. There are two restrictions for a port. Firstly, I would like all of the bits to be available on the pins and not have any other special function. So port C here works. These are analog pins. Oh no, not sorry, digital pin there. What is the A15 pin? It says digital pin 37. Digital pin 37 is not analog. Okay, so port C would work. I think I'm gonna need 4 ports, which is possibly the most I've ever had used. Because I need 8 bits of data in, 8 bits of data out. And then I also need the... You know what? I only need 2 other bits in and out. So I guess I could use the same port. Like I could use bits 0 and 1 set to input mode and bits 2 and 3 set to output mode and hope I never get those the wrong way around so that I don't like short the CPU's output to the ground. Instead of writing out to the chip. I am kind of cheesy right now, huh? Past tense. Past tense. Or I look for 4 ports. And there's another requirement, which is... I didn't know this until I was starting to do assembly for the Arduino, which I'm not going to be using in this project, hopefully. But... some ports... you can't read and write in only 1 clock cycle. You can only do that with some of the ports. Some you can, some you can't, is what I'm trying to say. And I'm actually going to need to consult the datasheet to see which is which. 2560. Was it register summary? Yeah, where's the bit where it says the details? Here we are. IO registers within the range... Wait, is that the one? No, this one. When using the IO specific commands in and out, IO addresses 003F must be used when addressing... Okay, that's less about... For the extended IO space from this to this, only these instructions can be used. Yeah, so in and out is what I want to be able to use, I think. Unless these can also take one cycle. But I guess what I want to try to do is use ports that support in and out. And the ones that support in and out are the ones that are not in the 60 to 1FF range? Question mark? Two to 1F are directly bit accessible using set bit and clear bit. Did I already say hi? I'm not sure. Hi, Lunk. Welcome. Hi. So 00 to 1F. And what were the things in brackets again? Address. What did the bracketed things mean? Things in parentheses here? Ah!
Cheese.
I know Stu and I have looked at these before. Why cheese? Now I get cheese. How dare you? How dare you? Hi! Yeah, I'm trying to remember what the things in brackets here for the addresses for the ports and like DDR data direction thingies meant on the 2560 at Mega 2560 HG meant. One of them was like the address that we use with like the in and the out instructions or thing. The brackets are for the note 4. Oh, thank you. $20 must be added. Ah! Okay. When addressing IO registers as LD and ST. In and out 00 to 3F. Wait, that implies that these can all be used. Okay, so that's not the note that I was needing to read. I guess I want to use ones where CBI and SBI can work. Because these instructions let you check whether a bit is set or not in like one instruction. Well, I mean, you know, you've got to do some branching, whatever, that takes more, but... I'm pretty sure that was one instruction. And I will need to check whether the address bit is set or not. You know? So it'd be nice to be able to do that in as quickly as possible. So 00 to 1F... No, 00 to... Yeah, 1F. So that's this range here. So that's port A, B, C, D, E, and F. Really? That's a lot of ports. And there are additional ports, but... Wait, it goes further, actually. Wait, hang on. 00 to 1F goes even further. Wait, there are no other ports above there. Okay, I'm clearly missing something, because I know for sure there was some restriction on ports. Is it not possible to use a dedicated input pin and output pin in one clock cycle? Maybe? But like, this is the way you do it. You need to check which port. Like you do it with a port access. Well, no, you do it with the SBI. Why is it saying I registered in this directly? As if... Okay, whatever. Let's just see. Port A. Port A. Where is port A? PA. 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 Here we are. That's digital 22, 23, 24, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. Okay, these are in a row. 22 to 29. Do these have anything special about them? Let me have a look. Like any extra functions that I might be wanting to use. 22 to 29. Yeah, 29. No, that's just a bunch of pins along the right-hand side of the Arduino Maker. If you hold it so that the thick double row of pins is on the right, that's the top of those pins. Okay. So port A is usable. Let me start making a note about this. Usable ports on Arduino Mega 3560. We have port A, which is digital pins 22 to 28, 9. X! Thank you for the pats. That's a lot of pats. Oh my goodness. That's a lot of pats. Oh my god. Don't hurt your hand. Port B. It's possibly the most pins I've ever received from you. Okay, port B's got a whole bunch of special things here that I don't really want to be wasting. Port C is good. They're all available and they're all next to each other as well, which is very nice. Port C, which is digital pins 30. Oh, this is actually in reverse order. I should make a note. This is like 37 to 30. What the? I need one more. At least one more. But really only one more, I suppose. Oh, wait, no, it's okay. It's okay. Ones which can use interrupts. I guess this would work. Interrupt syncs. Is that how that works? Let me look up. I usually refer to a different page to see. Arduino interrupt pins. Here we go. So Mega 2560 can use any of these pins for interrupts. I only need to use a single interrupt pin. That's for the latch. Okay. Am I correctly understanding what they mean? So this one here, that's... Oh, that one's not even connected to any pin actually, so no, that's not going to be one. Digital pin 2. Digital pin 2. Where is that written? Digital pin 2. Here, this one. Int 4. Okay, yeah, so that is what the int means. But this one's just not exposed on a digital pin, apparently. Or this one. Interesting. Okay, but digital pin 2 can do PWM. Can we choose one that can't? What about pin 18? Digital pin 18. Okay, that's serial transmit on a different serial port, which I don't really want to do. 19, 20, and 21. Okay, they're all special ones. In that case, I guess I'll use this one. We're going to be using pulse width modulation anyway, so whatever. I guess these two are the ones that I'll probably use. I mean, I could use. I need to use one of them. Firefox is having a great time trying to work out how to select the text as I drag this cursor across. What does it look like if I Control C and paste into Notepad now? Ah! Okay. Sure. So that is digital pins 2 and 3. Okay, let me make some notes as well. So this is on this usable ports. Or convenient, I guess, conveniently usable ports. And then, interrupt pins. Digital pin 2, digital pin 3. I don't know why I'm reading its full legal name. Digital pin 2 is int 4. I'm not going to refer to it by the interrupt number. Oops. But in the code. Copy pasting both 3Gs can be annoying. Yeah, apparently so. Oh my goodness. Fox! Fox! Hi. Welcome, welcome. Okay, they're the only... whatever, they're fine. I've already got 2 possibilities, that's more than I need. Jeez. Why? I do need 1 more pin. Or 1 more port. And I don't need all pins... I mean, I don't need all... yeah, pins... I don't need all bits of the port accessible from pins, is what I'm trying to say and struggling a lot. So ABC, so what's port D? PD1, where are you? So PD0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7. 5, 6 are not accessible. These are special serial ones. Let's not use this. Port E. These are also special ones. Well, some of these... wow, the interrupt ones are on this one as well. Okay, whatever. Maybe not. Port F? These are analog inputs, but they're easily accessible. I'm not going to be using analog anymore. Okay, we'll be using those. We'll use those. Imagine I eventually want to add a bunch of knobs and sliders and stuff to this keyboard. And then I do need the analog inputs. That would suck. Okay, what's port G then? Port G is scattered all over the place. What the... Port H? Is that even a thing? That is. Oh, it's all of these ones. Guess we could use port H. Port H sounds so weird. Is port H? Does this say anything about port H not being accessible in some way? Port G. Oh, this only goes up to G, doesn't it? There isn't a port H. Where is port H even? Port H. Porth. Wow, 0x102. Okay, yeah. So these are some of the ports you can't access in that way. Okay. So I knew there was something you could, and I couldn't find them, but here they are. So we can't access H, J, K, or L in this way. Okay. Do not use these ports can't use with in/out. It seems. What do you mean by ports you can access versus ports you cannot? Oh, I might be interpreting this wrongly, but there are certain things that you can, that the SBI and the CBI instructions can work with. Apparently they can only work with things in this range. This is set bit and clear bit. And these are instructions... hang on. These are instructions that, if I'm not mistaken, in 1 clock cycle... oh, it's actually 2 clocks, wait. Which one was... hang on, which... which group was... this one in... was it AVRE? It's not even showing up on this manual. What was AVRE again? Hold on. I don't even know what AVRE is. AVRE. Does it list out? AVRE? An explanation of AVRE? Device. At Mega 2560 is AVRE plus CBI. Okay, where's AVRE plus? There's not a thing that's even listed. Huh? So I guess it's AVRE? Question mark? What the hell's AVRE plus mean? Okay, so it actually takes 2 clock cycles. But that would be as opposed to like needing to read a value and then change the bit and then write the value back out. In 2 bits, in 2 clock cycles, it can just do that. In 1 instruction. But that instruction and the SPI, the one to set it rather than... Yeah, to set it to 1 or to 0. That is... I don't know what AVRE stands for. It's like a family of the microcontroller. So like different families of the microcontrollers take different number of clock cycles for certain instructions. And it appears that AVRE is the family that the 2560 is in. Although the table that I looked at before said AVRE plus. So I don't know why there isn't an AVRE plus column here, but whatever. How long is in and out? 1 clock cycle. So I guess that'd be an in. And then set bit on the memory thing, which is another 2 clock cycles, and then out, which would be another clock cycle. So 4 cycles instead of 2 cycles, I guess. I'll clock your cycle. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. I don't know what that means. What does it mean? So TLDR, if I just use these ports, it should be fine. And didn't we come across one? Isn't it port F I was going to use? Yeah, that's on the analog input though. And port H was too high. We could use up to port G. Where was port G again? Port G was these pins. And if it's one of the not in out one, that's 2 cycles for each load and store. Wait, does it say about the not in and out one? Because that's what I was looking for before. 00 to 3F must be used. Otherwise I'd... Yeah, this is... I'm confused. Maybe our clock generator? Oh, this is just how long it takes. The clock runs at 16 megahertz. So every 16 millionth of a second, it can do something. Or part of something. If the instruction takes 1 cycle, then it can do the whole thing. Otherwise it might take 2 cycles to do something. The ones that only have the brackets only work with LDST. Oh, okay. So that's what it is it? That's what that meant. Okay. Okay, so pins 28 and 29 are looking a little tempting here. Wait. No, sorry. These are not pins 28 and 29 on the Arduino. These are not connected to anything on the Arduino. Never mind. We can't use those. We can use these, though. These apparently have a special function RD and WR. I don't know what they are. I mean, read and write, I would assume, but... For what? Non-bracket is the address used for in-out. Bracket is the address used for load and store. Yeah. Oh, hang on a second. Right. I'm actually gonna need 4 on the pins. Why don't I then use port E? This one? One of these I'll use as an interrupt. One I can use... Wait, I need 4 though. I need 4 of these. Okay, let's just arbitrarily say use for bit data bits 0 to 7 input from keyboard CPU, and then use 4 data bits 0 to 7 output to keyboard synth. Let's call it OPK2, 2, I guess, yeah. Which is the name of the synth chip. So we'll arbitrarily choose those. One of these, let's say, use for latch pin from keyboard CPU. So this is latch pin input. Trying to work out how to write this in a way that's going to be easy for me to see at first glance what I'm trying to do. Output 2, and this is input from. Fine. But then we also need 3 more things. We're going to be outputting the same thing to this. And we also need input of the address versus value pin from the CPU, and output to the address versus value pin on the synth. So there's 3 more things, 3 more things. So we just need 3. We just need 3. Yeah, you know what's great? I'm using port F. There's no way I'm going to need 16 analog inputs. I'm probably not even going to need 1 analog input. We're just using these. I've decided. We're using port F. We are using port F. Making an executive decision. Digital pins. So this is digital pins. Well, they're analog pins. What are they when they're called digital? Let's just call it analog. Analog pins. Is that ADC using a 0 order hold to get the analog signal output? I don't know what that means. I don't know what that means. I know that the analog to digital converter is like, technically there's only 1, or maybe there are 2 on the Omega, I don't know. But like it's having to sample the first pin, then the second pin, then the third pin, then the fourth pin, then the fifth pin, then the sixth pin. It's not like there's a dedicated sampler for each pin. So if you want to actually be sampling from all the pins at once, you can't get as high an update rate. But if you tell it that you only want to sample from 1 pin, you can get a really high update rate. Like audio, easily audio. Kind of sampler rate, which is kind of cool. But you unfortunately have to do that by setting registers. I think if you want to set it into like a free running mode where it updates by itself at a fixed speed. Thank you for the hydration, totally magical. I think I've done it like literally once in my life. I don't remember how I did it. I have to find the code if I still have it. Hi Totally and hi Professor. Thank you for the pants, Professor, as well. Also, I've got to be quiet now. People are coming to bed. Why have people not told me to be quiet already? I've been like talking at full volume. Hold on, I gotta adjust some things. So that I can speak more quietly. And still be heard. This will be where we go to unintentional ASMR mode. So this is unlock input 0 to 7. Continuous to discrete. Sample a continuous signal at some frequency and just set the digital signal to be whatever the continuous signal is. If you connect the points together, hence the 0 order hold, since there is a 0 slope. Ah, this is mathematical. I don't understand. I don't understand how it technically does the conversion from analog to digital. That's just magic that I don't care about. Or have to worry about, I should say. So use for... Whisper cat is best cat. That's very kind of you. So we're going to use this for, let's say, bit 0, analog, pin, 0. Use these bits. This is going to be... how am I actually writing this? This equals latch. I have no idea how to... I was trying to make this in a way that would look neat, but I don't know how to do it. Output to keyboard, APK2, and we need bit 1 can be, which is analog pin 1, is going to be, I guess we'll call it the address pin. I'll call it address slash value. I don't know what I call it. I guess I'll just call it is. Which way was I calling it? I guess this is address. Yeah, I said not the value, therefore if it's high then it's the address, right? Input from keyboard CPU. And finally, eventually, we're not going to be doing any of these outputs, by the way, today. Analog pin, because I'd have to like desolder the synth chip from the board, so that I can really have my Arduino be like the man in the middle kind of thing. And this will be his address. Output to keyboard APK2. So the ones we're focusing on are currently using, or currently are implementing, I guess. Technically I haven't done it yet. So we're going to be doing that, the input, and the implement, and the input. There are other ways to do it. Bilinear transform Tustin. Don't sound aggressive with the digital controller for closed loop systems and redesign controls and continuous time domain. I will take your word for it. Okay, so we want to set up an interrupt. We want some code to run every time the CPU says, "Hey, I've put a value here. Read it now." And how do you do this again? I think it's called attach interrupt. But then I don't remember the syntax past that. There's like 3 different ways to do it or something when they want you to do one of them. Recommended. They recommend you to do digital pin to interrupt and then write the pin number. Okay, sure, we'll do it that way. Why not? Digital pin to interrupt. And this is digital pin 2. And then we need the address of the function and the mode. The mode will be falling. Do I just type falling? I do, okay. And the address is something we haven't written yet. Can I put it down here? Let's call it ISR latch. Sure. I don't think it takes any parameters, does it? Okay, does this compile? Mostly just for this. The attach interrupt. It does, okay. Oh yeah, take no parameters and return nothing. Oh well, I already put a void, so just I guess out of habit I just called it a void. Okay, so what do we want it to do? We want this to be super fast because it needs to complete in... How much time? I already forgotten. 14 microseconds, I think. Which is... What is that? It's like 14 times 16 CPU cycles. Okay, so this needs to complete in 224 CPU cycles? Alright. Are you using the interrupt to synchronize everything before you start reading sending? Yes, I'm using it to know when to read the value that the keyboard is presenting to me on these pins. So the way it works is... I should probably get out the logic analyzer thing again because it looked really cool when you could see it all on a timeline visually. But yeah, it sets the bits, and then it sets this pin, and then it pulses this latch. And that's what, at that moment, I need to look, and now everything's ready. So I'm setting up an interrupt to happen when that goes low. All of these are like idling high. So they're like active low. And when that happens, I want to read these pins and I want to read this pin. But the act of... It's not... So that's only for synchronizing the input. The output is going to be like separate. Basically, we're going to be outputting whenever we're not inputting. So the act of reading this bit... I guess we would be fast enough. I was originally thinking I might need a buffer where I literally just store this entire port value, which is what I want anyway, but I also store this entire port value, so this one. And then later on when I'm sending it, I decide on... I isolate the bit because maybe the isolating of the bit is too slow, right? That's what I thought, but actually, seeing that we have like that much time, I feel like we can just do everything we need to do in the interrupt. Is that what a latch pin is in reference to? I've only heard the term in passing. Yeah, I've seen other people call this the chip select pin, but like chip select enables the entire chip, right? Chip select is like, I don't know how to explain it. Chip select would like make the chip listen to any of its inputs and stuff. I feel that's not really a good name to use for this, because this is basically a shift register. It's basically like a parallel input shift register. And on a shift register, it's called a latch pin. Clock in data when this pin goes active. Yeah, I guess you could call it a clock pin in that case, couldn't you? I guess you could call it a parallel clock pin. But really it's just like latching the values. I don't know. I feel like these terms are all kind of interchangeable in this specific case. Okay, here's what we want to do. We want to have a small buffer. Let's arbitrarily say 32 bytes. Sure, I'll just define it. Buff len 32. And we're going to have 2 byte arrays. One of them is going to be the data, or the value I should say. One of them is going to be the address. Let's call this buff value. Would this actually be faster to make it an array of structs? Or just like interleave them, I guess. Because I know that the Arduino has in a single instruction, it can read and then increment the address, or write and then increment the address, like write to a pointer and increment address, which is nice. That's the thing I'm kind of missing when I was doing ARM stuff. ARM can't do that in a single instruction. I should play with more hardware. You should, yeah. Do it. Right now I'm massively obsessing over like how fast this is going to be, but you know, unless you're doing stuff like this, I suppose, where you're on like a tight time schedule in terms of like how quickly you need to respond to something, you don't need to be stressing about all this stuff like I am. It can be a lot less scary. Well, this is scary, it's just a bit gotta keep a lot of stuff in mind. An example for this setup would be something like when latch goes high, it will read the high-low values on the 8 data pins, giving you a byte. Yeah, that's what I'm doing. Except in this case is when latch goes low, but that's a tiny technicality. Hang on. There you are. Now it's exactly like you said. Let's call this buff data. And this is going to be... Should I make it a struct? I kind of don't want to make it a struct. The only thing I'm thinking about is we want to wait until we've received a pair of bytes before we start attempting to send this over the serial port. You know? So we want to have a byte that I guess toggles between ready, not ready, ready, not ready. When we've only received half the message, it'll become not ready. When we've received the full message, it becomes ready. Although I guess this can be determined based on the whether this pin is high or not. I don't remember which order it goes in. I think it went on and then off, basically low and then high, right? So not value. I'm gonna rename this actually. It's a silly way I've put it there. Data is address, not exclamation mark. What am I doing? Think of the pads here now. That's unpleasingly misaligned. My OCD is not gonna like that. Nice. And the address comes second. I'm gonna make a note about that. Comes second in the pair. Surprisingly to me, it's okay, whatever. So, how would we know when we received it? I'm still on the fence about whether I should have two separate arrays or just trust that we'll never get out of sync. Because if we have two separate arrays, then we can advance both their pointers to the next position when we see that the data as address has come in. Wait, hold on a second. The address came in second, right? Oh yeah, that's right. So I'm being thrown off by the fact that I remember seeing the pulse come in first and then not the second time. But that's because the pulse was going low the first time and then it was idling high. So the second time it was the address. Okay. What if I call this buff, So do we really have time to do this? 14 microseconds. I guess we do, right? Feels crazy, but I guess we do. But this is also assuming that we're not doing anything else while this is happening. And that might not be true, right? Because can interrupts interrupt other interrupts on here? Because like there are other interrupts set up, like timers for keeping track of time, surprisingly. Whatever, let's just do it this way. We're gonna have a byte uint 8t buff adder of length buff len. And we're gonna have a uint 8t of buff data buff len. And we're gonna need to keep track of the index in the buffer, which can also be a single byte. Ind buff. And we also want the read address and the write address because this is like a ring buffer. So what might happen is we might get a couple of things in. We might like receive several messages. Every time we receive one, we advance the write buffer, but we might not have read any yet to send them out, you know? So the read buffer will be a bit ahead and then it slowly catches up. So in this case, write is referring to writing to the array versus writing to the chip. Ellen, hello! Ring buffer for data received from CPU / to send to APK2. Below, write and read refer to the array accesses. So we write when receiving from CPU. Perhaps try sending some test values and seeing what it does. What? For a semi-strict timer on how long the values have to be available on data bins after the latch becomes active. Well, that's why I'm putting it on an interrupt, because I just want to grab it like as soon as possible. But yeah, I could actually do a little debug thingy if we've got enough free time, as in like in the interrupt. I could just like throw a pin high. I could just like mirror the address pin, for example, because that will go high on one thing and then low on another thingy, or low and then high, whatever. And I could monitor the address pin as it really is coming from the CPU. Oh, sorry, the latch pin as it really is coming from the CPU. And then I can also monitor our output from the Arduino and look at how much time passes between those. And that's how quickly we're reacting to the latch pin. And then we can see how much time passes before the data changes. This would be easier to do with a logic analyzer than with a scope, honestly. So I'll probably do that with a logic analyzer at some point. Wouldn't be an issue until you want to write your own data to the chip. Oh, you mean like I need to wait a while after latching the data? That's true. Out to the chip, yes. But I mean, it could also be, it is also something to consider that you read the data from the CPU quickly enough as well. You have to be like as fast as the chip is. But I reckon we can do that. I reckon we do that easily. I don't think that's a problem. I mean, for a start, the chip is running at 3.5 megahertz and we're running at 16, so... And I reckon, well, we should be able to read it in... Oh, hang on a second. That's a good point. The store command is what I was thinking of that can store and increment. Is it called STI then? No, is it just ST? Come on, man. Whole words only, case sensitive. There we are. Yeah, that takes 2 cycles. Oh, whatever, man. We're not gonna need to do this in, like, I'm sure 1 microsecond is probably fast enough. So to explain some more. I see, I see. Okay, so what we can do is, in the loop, we're gonna be sending data. And we're gonna know when there's no data left to send, because write and read are gonna become equal to each other. So in our loop, let's do this first. Let's do the thing where we send it, because we don't have to worry too much about timing here. So while in buff read is not yet equal to in buff write, we are going to. Should we just use serial.print, the serial.print command, to turn it from the byte into hex characters? Should we do that? Or should I make my own function? Because I think if I'm telling it to print, if I'm using like the print, serial print, and I'm saying, hey, make it hex, I'm pretty sure I won't pad to 2 characters, which is really what I want. So maybe I'll make my own actually. Maybe I'll make my own. Let's make my own thingy. Serial write hex pad 2. We're gonna take one of these. Val. Sure. Am I going to val to print, I suppose? Or val to write, val to print? So this is, sorry, this should be serial print. So how should we do this? Basically, we want to split the value into, we only want to look at the lowest 4 bits first. If there's 0 to 9, then we send off the value 0 to 9 plus we send off the value plus the ASCII value of 0, right? So if the value is 0, then we're literally just sending the ASCII value of 0. If the value is 1, we're sending the ASCII value 0 plus 1, which should be ASCII value 1. I don't know if this is the most optimal way to do it, but let's just do it, I guess. Let's call this the current nibble is equal to val to print and 0x0. So that's the right hand side. If nibble is less than or equal to 9, serial.write. Why am I wide? 0 plus nibble, else serial.write a. Oh, hang on, bro. We need to then do nibble minus 10. But if we're doing that, there's a subtraction on a non-constant. So what we could do instead is subtract 10 from A and then add nibble instead. Which is then going to add back the 10. If it's A, that kind of thing. Do this because I'm not sure how order of operations is going to work. Nibble my data. Yeah, this here is. I guess I want to do the same kind of thing, but for a single value. So let's void serial print hex nibble. This is hex byte. I'm gonna inline this and say val nibble and val bite. This is just gonna do this. And then this is going to call this with val byte and 0x0. Well, actually, we want the upper half first. Shifted left by 4. And then we want the same again with only the right hand side. Shifted left not at all. That should be it, right? I'm missing something? Let's see. So if we have the value FF, for example, doing this is going to select the upper half. That's going to put it into the lower half. And it gets passed in here. If value is less than √9, it is not, it's F. So we're going to write ASCII value A, which is 65, right? Oh, it doesn't even really matter what it is. It's something. And then we subtract 10. And then we're immediately going to add 10 back because it's not less than √9. And if it is exactly 10, that's going to be A, B, C, D, E, F. Yeah, it should work, right? We're just going to make sure that you never pass in a value. Must never receive a value outside of 0 to 50. Yeah. And this should just work. And then we do the same again with the lower half. Okay, okay. So now we have a way to print those. What we want to do is we need to know that we've written to this and this. We need to know that we've written to both of them. That's really important. So I guess we're also going to need... This is kind of gross, actually. We would need a third... Oh, this is kind of disgusting, actually. We would need a third byte that is only saying true or false or true or false. Which this is not great, is it? The other way we could do it is if we interlace this and this, then we just see if this is like even, and if it's even, then we know if we received it. A bool is still a whole byte, unfortunately. Or it can be worse in some other architectures. Also, Nyan. Hi Callie, welcome, welcome. Ah, Yori-chan, ohayo. How do you even say it? Programming. Programming の配信やってみます。I'm trying. Thank you.最近は全ゼロをやりすぎたと思う。I used to be doing this stuff more, and I've been playing Zenless far too much recently. Although I've been enjoying it, I continued playing it off stream somewhat. Thank you for the pants. Zenless maxing, exactly. But I've still been playing it off stream a bit. And by a bit, I mean quite a lot, I guess. I'm just finishing the part of the story where Alice and Yuzuha are involved. Yeah. No, so that was quite a fun bit of the story, actually. I quite liked it. But I recorded it. Like, I basically, like, yeah. I screen capped it so that in case anything really interesting happened, I have it saved. And I can, like... And there were some interesting things. So I would like to show when I next play Zenless. I'm probably going to be, like, recapping what happened in the videos first. I kind of want to do that soon because all these videos that I've saved for Zenless, they're taking up a lot of space. Even though I use a lower bitrate than when streaming, it's still using a lot of space. So once I've shown it on stream, I can delete them. I do enjoy Zenless a lot. I'm really, really looking forward to the Angels of the Delusion. Mousou Tenshi. Is that what they're called? Mousou Tenshi? And Cicia's story as well. Yeah. I hope you're doing well as well. Ah, I just caught the very end of your last stream, Yori. I saw you. I woke up and I saw you were playing Apex, and I started typing "Otsukare-sama," but I couldn't send the message in time. The raid went through. That's how close I was to the end of the stream. I hope you had fun with Apex. I've only played Apex like twice in my life, I think. I had a friend and I wanted to be playing games with her, and she used to play Apex. And so I downloaded and installed Apex, and we played like literally once or twice. And then it was just sitting on my hard drive using like 50 gigabytes for like a year or two. Then I finally uninstalled it because I was like, okay, I don't think I'm going to be playing this anymore. Give me my space back, please. It's okay, it's okay. I think I'm too impatient for Apex and for, what's the genre called? I can't remember what the genre is called. Yeah, Battle Royales, yes. I think I'm too impatient for them because if I die, I have to wait for the rest of the match. I'm just sitting there. I know the strategy is to just get good and not die. But like, so much time passes. I feel like I'd get better at the game a lot quicker if I didn't have to wait. Because then I forget. By the time I'm next playing, I forget what I did wrong. And then I make the same mistake. Anyway. Okay, so while there is still stuff left to write, let's... If the buffer is ready, Apex used to be my main game. It's a fun game, but very bloated. Like in terms of the size on your computer, yeah, it did use a lot of space. What is... I've heard of MOBAs. I still don't know what a MOBA is exactly. Oh, look at screenshots. Is MOBA? Is that like... I'm seeing screenshots that look like League of Legends. Is League of Legends a MOBA? Okay. Thank you, Trades Splatter. Way too many characters to keep up. Well, Zenless has a huge number of characters as well. But I don't have many, so maybe it's easier to keep up. Can you like play as characters? Like, can you? It's not like a gacha, right? It's in Apex, you can just choose whoever. Or do you have to like unlock them somehow? I don't even remember. It was so long since I last played. I think it was like 2023, 2 maybe? 2022 maybe? Trades is fine. Yeah, sorry, I used your surname. Trades Splatter. I know it's Trade Splatter. By the way, I just have to say this in case someone thinks that I don't. But I think it's funny to read it this way. Because the meaning changes. Okay. So if we've read it... Oh, once we're done, we're gonna have to change this, aren't we, actually? So if it's ready, then serial, print, x, byte, oops. We want to print like the address, and then we want to print the data. I guess we also want to write the equal sign. I guess that's right? Question mark? And then data. You've always left choice of trade splatter or trades platter up to the user. Have other people done the same thing? Have other people also called it? Have other people also called you trades platter? Damn, I wasn't original. Oh no. Okay, let me just print a new line. What are you programming today? Okay. Let me find the photo. Wait, I lost the photo, hold on. I keep closing it. Oh no, I didn't close it. Never mind. Here it is. So, this was a musical keyboard that my grandpa used to have. And when he died, I kind of inherited it. I just like, I have it now. And, but it's quite old. It's from 1990. And I don't know, I was just thinking, I'm kind of curious about how it works. I was like, so I make music sometimes. But I'm not good at playing music live, like in real time. I usually design it, like on the computer, on like a piano roll kind of thing. And I was thinking, it would be fun if I could make music for this keyboard. But this keyboard doesn't have the right kind of input on it. There's like a standard way of controlling electronic musical instruments called MIDI. And this doesn't have it. And I thought, I wonder if it's possible for me to add it. Could I like modify it to add it? So I like opened it up and stuff, and I first searched online to see if anyone else has like written any information about it. And there's like a couple of people who have, because this is made by Yamaha, but Yamaha never published any documentation about how this little chip here works. And this is the one that actually makes the sound. And so like a couple of people are trying to work out how it works, how to control it. And I thought, this sounds like a fun challenge. I want to try too. So what I'm programming right now is some code for like a little thing that I've connected to this chip that will let me like listen in on all of the data that's being sent to it and send it to my computer as text so I can read it. That's basically what I'm doing right now. I'm making a thing that lets me like monitor all the stuff that's being sent to it by this, which is the main CPU. I don't know, I'm into electronics a lot, so usually they ask which one, why not make this keyboard for the music? Usually they ask which one? Oh, trade splatter, right, sorry, I was very confused. I couldn't remember the previous conversation topic. My memory is so bad. So right now I have like connected up a bunch of wires to this. This was on my previous stream. Too advanced. I'm sorry. But yeah, that's basically what I'm doing. Yes, it is kind of advanced. You can emulate you playing with a bunch of actuators. Oh, like actually make like a robot that presses the keys. I guess that's true, but you know what? That actually, I was about to say it would be less cool, but no, it would look really cool. Actually, it would look really fun for on stream, right? That would be a fun thing to show on stream. But that's like more physical stuff, and I'm not good at making physical things. Like actually working out how to physically connect things to other things in a way that don't fall to pieces. That's difficult. I don't know. Ah, you're very kind, Yuanitan. I don't know if this will work, by the way. You say I'm smart, but you shouldn't say that I'm smart until it works, because this all might be a waste of time. Or I might break things. I might break it before it works. I really hope not. I really don't want to, of course, because this keyboard is from my grandpa, so it has some, you know, sentimental meaning. I'm trying to be very careful and not damage it. Oh! Thank you for the follow! Colon 3. Colon 3. Thank you. Okay, so if we've fully received some data, we send off the address, then we write equals, then we send off the data, then we go onto a new line, and then we mark this as not ready anymore. And then we move on to the next thing. Otherwise... Oh, we also need to make sure that we're not going past the end. If we go past the end of the array, we have to go back to the beginning. Excuse me. So if this is already at the end... then we go back to 0. Otherwise, we move on to the next one. I think that's everything. Because this will like keep on going until we catch up with the last thing that was written. Hopefully. Okay, so this is the reading part. Now we need to do the writing part. Which is... I don't know. Maybe slightly harder, maybe slightly easier. We need to like read from port A. So the moment the latch says, hey, it's time to read. Time to read whatever's on these pins. We need to read port A, but we need to also know where to store it. And this pin tells us where to store it. So if this pin is low, I think, then it's I just realized I called this the wrong thing. Maybe that'll be less confusing now. Okay, this all needs to be the 0 by default. Is there a way to do that? Can you do this and it makes everything false? Or does this just make the first thing false? I don't remember how C works. Does that set everything to false? Thank you. I will do that. Oops. Oh my goodness. Did you hear that? This would make a good, like, chime sound. Squeak, squeak. Oh god, I pressed enter by mistake. And stretch. Why did that sound like a tire skidding? Sable artist, thank you for hanging out. Bye bye. I will also go and save the kidneys. AKA go to the toilet. I'll be right back. Thank you for the pat. I'll be right back. When does Twitch want to run ads? Let's see. In like half an hour. I might as well run them now anyway because I'm not gonna be here. Okay. I'll be back in like 1 or 2 minutes. Everybody please take care of your own, well, yourselves. Drink things, eat things, maybe stretch, you know, that kind of stuff. Where can I look for embedded systems and electronics jobs? I wish I knew. I don't have one, I'm afraid. I don't have such a job. This is just a hobby for me. But if you find out, please let me know. Also, welcome in, Bold Buffoon. I'm sorry to be going away as soon as you appear, but someone just used to save the kidney redeems, so I will be right back. Yeah, everybody please take care of yourselves. I will be back in 2 minutes. Bye bye bye. Yeah? Oh, wrong one. Hi. Hi. There you are. There you are. Hi. I love how squeaky my mic stand is. Welcome back. Thank you. Also, thank you very much for the follow, NM John. Man, Twitch really is being strange. Sometimes it's telling me the name of someone who followed, and sometimes it's not. I mean, my streaming setup is always seeing it, I think, but like, there was some earlier that didn't appear in my activity feed. On OBS and also on the website. Alright, this is kind of an ugly way of doing things. I kind of don't want to do it this way. Do I want to do it this way? I kind of don't want to do it this way. Whatever, I'll do it this way. For now. If it's too slow, I'll change it. You know what? I'll time it. I'll time how long it takes. When we start processing this, I'll like put some pin high. And when we finish, I'll put the pin low. I'll measure how long it takes, how long it stays high. It's kind of gonna change though. It's kind of gonna depend. Because sometimes this is gonna be faster, sometimes it's gonna be slower. Like if we're just storing the data, that's gonna be fast. But if we're then storing the address and saying, hey, we're ready, and moving on to the next position, and maybe we've reached the end of the buffer and we're looping back to the beginning, that's like a lot of stuff. It's gonna take way longer. But anyway, let's do the thing. So what we're gonna do is we need to test this value. Is it low or is it high? And how do we do this? Where is this? This is this pin, right? So that's port F, bit 1. So if port F and bit 1, so in the 1 position. So this is if the data is address bit is high. Oh, well actually that's the second thing to do. Kind of what we need to do is see if that's low first. So this is like second latch of a pair, because these always come in pairs. So we actually want to do this one first. If data is address, it is low, which is the first latch of a pair. Thank you for the pets! Aww. In that case, what do? We just store it in here, right? Everybody put it this way around. We say this. At... Oh, hold on a second. What if... Let me do a thing. Let me do a little sneaky little thing. I'm gonna be a sneaky snook for a moment here. What if I do just make it a pointer? You know what? I kind of don't want to do it this way. I keep on looking at this and thinking this is ugly. I want to do it a better way. We're only gonna have one array. Well, we still need those ones actually. We don't need these ones. Okay, so instead let's do buff beta. And this is buff len bytes, and this is buff len pairs. So it's going to be 32 pairs, and this each pair is 2 bytes. A series also row, column, page. Series are like one-dimensional. I don't think you can actually have multi-dimensional arrays, but you can have an array of arrays. So like you'd, rather than like rather than having like, I don't think this is possible in C. Or actually, sorry, that's typically the way that I'd want to store the memory, right? But I don't think this is possible. You could, if you wanted, make a separate row of pixels for every Y position, like that. But what you typically do is just like have an array that is of this size, like this many bytes, the number of pixels high versus the number of pixels wide, and then you'd access it like this, y times width plus x, because for every y value there are this many x pixels basically, right? So if y is 1, then you want to skip an entire row and then read this one. Arrays are just a sequential thing. You can math your way to enter the data as multidimensional. Yeah, that's like this, right? If you declare as blub blub, you do get an array of arrays. All sequential. Oh, that's interesting. The same as for a NumPy array. Oh, NumPy arrays. Oh my goodness. You can have, yeah, you can have loads of dimensions in NumPy arrays. I mean, you're typically... yes. Okay, so instead, I want to do it this way. Let me say this many bytes. And that's it. That's it, right? And the way that we tell whether it's ready or not to send, like we have that we've received 2, is we just look to see if the last thing that we wrote was like an even number, or stored at an even number, like an even position, right? And the way that we can do that is we just test the rightmost bit of this. And if it's 1, then it's odd, and if it's 0, then it's even. Which is maybe less straightforward, but I think it's like less like wasteful of memory. Like we don't need an entire array just to say, yeah, it's ready, or no, it's not ready. Hi, Sherry Cat. Welcome, welcome. We actually don't need this test at all then, because once we're done, we move on. Okay, let me rewrite my code then. Instead of that, the new way, we only need to do, let's say, pairs of value address bytes. You know what? I can make it a union. So we could pretend it's this, Or we could pretend it's in a we could pretend it is one of these. Or we could pretend it's an array of half this size, where the first half is like the value and the second half is the address. Maybe. I don't know if that's worthwhile, but whatever. Anyway, let's rewrite the thingy. Let's stop trying to find a million different ways to type it and just get it working. So why did I put buff then? That should be buff read. Would that work? Because it is 8 bits long, hence we can split the byte into 2 arrays of equal length. Hold on a second. You got so good at music production to the point of burnout and developed music anhedonia. What does that mean? Like you dislike music? I'm sorry that you experienced burnout. If you'd experienced burnout the game, then I'd be happy for you. Or if you experienced bonus from Zenless, that would also be good. Anyway, no, it's like, hang on. It's time for Microsoft Paint. Okay, hold on. If you have an array, and it's like 4... I guess you could say it's like 10 bytes long. Wait, how am I gonna do this? Does that work? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah. Getting no pleasure from music anymore. Oh man. Pan. The way I plan to do it is store like the value and then the address and then the value and the address. Oh my god, V and A almost look like arrows pointing down and up, I just realized. Also, it looks like I'm writing lava almost. Va. And you could treat it as an array of this that is like repeated, if you know what I mean. Like if you have a struct of that type, then you could think that you have an array of like that many. I didn't see there's a thing called a union, which says, hey, you know this data? Well, you can think of it either as this or as this. You can refer to it in code however you like. Basically, it points to the same part of memory, but gives you 2 different names or ways of accessing the same thing, which is kind of cool, but I don't want to do it this time. But that's what I was considering. And what I'm going to do is, when the latch comes in and says, hey, we've got some data, I will still look at the address, the pin that says whether we should be storing it there or whether we should be storing it there, to make sure that I don't get misaligned and start writing it like this. And I'll be like, I should have given these different colors or something. This is so confusing to read. That big array of small arrays can seem to be useful for something like a for loop. Yes! Exactly, it could. So when the latch thingy says, hey, it's time to read a value, what I'm going to do is I'm going to read the address pin, which should be low at first. And if it's low, we're going to write to one of these addresses, like an even number. And if and then like go blub blub blub, like basically advance to the next position, so that the next time we get a latch, like we store it in there, basically. Am I even thinking of this correctly? Am I doing this correctly? Let me think. We want to check whether... Okay, the first thing we want to do is check whether this pin is on or not. Okay, let's do that. Oh, we've already done that here, actually. I guess what we actually want to do is make sure... We kind of want to... we kind of want to... I want to use this as an opportunity to like realign ourselves, like on that on this position correctly. So like, if we're currently pointing to here, but the address line says we should be here, I want to, I guess, jump over to here. Effectively. But if we are here and the address line says we should be here, I want to jump over to here. So basically, I'm just adding 1 to this whenever I'm misaligned is what I'm realizing. Yeah, I'm just adding 1 whenever we're misaligned. Okay. Yeah, okay, that's what I want to do. So, what does it mean to be aligned? How do we tell if we're aligned? If we're aligned, then the address bit here, which should be 0 at this point and 1 at this point, that address bit should be the same as the least significant bit in this index. In other words, it should be an even number if it's not set, and an odd number if it is set. Okay. So if they disagree with each other, then we're like we've become misaligned, and we need to add 1 to get back in sync. That's what I think we need to do. Okay. All right. So we simply need to see if this bit here disagrees with the lowest bit here. This is a little bit this is going to be really unintuitive code. I'm going to have to add a bunch of comments to explain this. But essentially, if this... How do we tell if things differ? It's XOR, right? Yeah, XOR means differing, right? So if this... What is the symbol for XOR again? This? Oh my god. It's so rare that I use XOR. I actually have to remind myself of the symbol and see. XOR. Yes, okay, it's that. Wait. That's bitwise though. Oh, not equal. Wait, hang on a second. Not equal. Yeah, I think that is what I want. What I'm realizing is I think I want this to be bit 0 instead of bit 1. Because then it'll be at the right position already. I'm gonna change this. I'm changing things. Bit 0, bit 1, bit 2 is gonna be this, which is 0, 1, 2. So if this and 1, so the lowest bit, XOR'd with our right position, Or not equal to. Yeah, it's not equal to. Or logic or XOR. Right? Is it just not equal? I guess not equal is what I can use now. In this case, it's okay, so I gotta explain what the hell's going on here. So, you know, I'm gonna write a whole paragraph about this. Data comes in pairs of value, address. Addresses should, how do I explain this? Values should be stored at an even index. Addresses should be stored at an odd index. An address is marked as such by the keyboard's CPU by the data is address pin being high. So if the value of the data is address pin should match the value of the least significant bit in end buff right. Where 0 means even and 1 equals odd. If they disagree, we've become misaligned. So add 1 to get back in sync. Yee. So basically in that case we add 1. Hopefully this will never happen, by the way. Hopefully that'll never ever happen. But I guess we should include that test. Otherwise all the data we're going to be getting back is going to be nonsensical. But I probably should like do something to indicate this has happened. Like, I don't know, turn on the LED on the Arduino or something. That's just like a sign that something's got messed up. But also, this could just happen like at power on. Maybe there'll be random nonsense, you know. Maybe the pins haven't like stabilized yet and they're all like... Blah, blah, blah. Anyway, what are we doing? So I guess we need to see if end buff right is larger than or equal to num. What did I call it? End buff right is larger than... I'm gonna list num buff pairs and num buff bytes. I have a feeling I'm gonna have changed the names of these variables so many times that everything is going to be wrong by the end. But it's okay, I've made them unique, so it's not like I'm going to accidentally have swapped some. I just have to update them to the new names. So if that's larger than this, then we should just subtract, right? How long does a subtract take? One cycle. Okay. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. I was thinking, would it be faster to just set it to 2-0? But no. Should be fine. Should be fine. You produced and consumed so much music for like 13 years. You produced for 13 years? Sheesh. It's a lot of time. Okay, so now I don't need to worry about any of this. All we need to do is store the current data, which is on port A. Buff data at the current thing equals that, and then increment this. I'm gonna change this slightly so that I'm actually changing pointers. Let's call this how do I do this? Buff read, which starts at this position, so we're gonna get rid of these eventually. And buff write, which is also gonna start at this position. And then we also want to mark where the end is. I guess we want to mark where the first byte past the end is. So the first byte past the end would be this address plus this, right? If we imagine that the array is only a single byte long, then index 0 is in range, index 1 is out of range. So yeah, it's plus the length. Buff read past is going to be buff data plus buff bytes. Well, actually it's both. We don't even need to call it read and write. One position past the end of the array is the same, whether we're talking about reading or writing. So now, we don't need these. And when we are writing, we can simply do this plus plus equals this. And if this is larger than or equal to buff past, then we need to rewind this back to the beginning. It should only ever be the case that this is now precisely equal to this. It should never be larger than or equal to, but just in case. Rewind back to the beginning. So, store current data bytes into array. Next time, store in next slot in the array. If next slot is past end of array, consider a rewind to beginning of array for next value or next byte. And we need to update this bit as well. Oh, this is no longer going to be necessarily. That's unfortunate. It's kind of annoying. I was hoping to be able to work in pointers, but if I'm working in pointers, I can't be guaranteed that the address starts on an even number. So this might not work. It's kind of annoying actually, isn't it? But this is so much nicer that it's just that. Okay, whatever. We can still do it in a similar way, I guess. Maybe put those comments back. We just gotta do it this way. We gotta say if... How do we do it again? We gotta say buff data and buff if buff right plus equals this. Now if this... Ah! Thank you for the follow, Cyan King Eric. Welcome, welcome. That is lighter equal to... Oh, thank you for the pads immediately. Aw. And the hydration, oh my god. Thank you. What caring first redeems? It's always extra... You know, it always makes me happy when people's first redeems are kind, because so many people like to throw cheese at me. How dare they? How dare they? Ah. Okay. I'm gonna change to calmer music. Why Arduino, not ESP32? Main reason is because well, first of all, I'm familiar with the Arduino. And secondly, I know how to access and read all of the data on like one port at once. So on 8 pins at once with the Arduino. And I'm not familiar with how to do this. Like, I already know that it's possible to do that based on how the pins are mapped on the Arduino. As in, like, you know, there are some registers where every bit in the register it corresponds to a pin on the Arduino. But I don't know if they are so nicely mapped out on the ESP32. Well, mostly I'm just familiar with the Arduino. And I don't know. I like it. Thanks for coming to my TED Talk. We're changing to calmer music. So we are going to be using these. We're not going to be using these, unfortunately. Oh yeah, I wouldn't even be able to use it for the reading. Or maybe I would. Maybe I would. Well, let's just stick to doing it the same way. We'll use indices. Fine. Also, welcome, One Diversify. I don't think I ever said hi. So this is larger equal to this. But now I've got to say -1, right? No, actually, no, we haven't. Then make that 0. Or this. Basically, we just need to do this again. I guess that works, right? Send the comments here. So this is oh, I've already, yeah. If we expected a, thank you for the follow. If we expected an address byte, but we got, but this is marked as a value, or vice versa, skip 1. By the way, that means that the value that gets printed on the serial port is going to be nonsense for this particular one. So I really should mark it somehow as such. But I don't think there are any special values that are not used. Well, I don't know. I haven't looked at any of the data that's being sent to this chip yet. So I need like some, what do they call it? Out of band way of signaling this? Like I need my own second array just to say this value is nonsense, or not. I think the best way of doing it would just be to turn on the LED on the Arduino and if that comes on, I know something has gone wrong. I know specifically this has gone wrong. And finally, if we just moved past end of array, yeah, rewind to beginning of array. That's basically it. So this is all that needs to be happening when there's something latched. That's kind of nice, isn't it? That's actually not a huge amount. Do I want to put a space there? It looks really weird putting a space there, but I don't like how this looks without the space there. Let's do it this way. Seems a bit inconsistent, but whatever. Okay, let's bring all this back. I'm glad I didn't delete it. So, if we've not yet caught up with the where we're writing, we need to know whether it's... We need to know whether we've read both the value and the address. And the way that we can tell is if this is even. This is even. So basically, if this and 1 is 0. So basically, if both a value and an address have been received, i.e. Oh, hang on. This is buff right. We need to make sure that we're about to... Yeah. If both the value and address have been received, i.e. Oh, hang on a second. Oh, this is kind of not great, actually. No, we want to see if at least 2 bytes have been received since the last one we wrote, right? I think that's what we want to do. That's what we want to do. So basically we want to see if writing is at least 2 ahead of the last one we read. But then we've got to deal with it wrapping at the end of the array as well, which is fun. So if this minus this, we were assuming that the write is always ahead of read, right? Oh, okay, this is kind of annoying. Let's make it its own little thing. Have read 2 or have 2 bytes to read. What a ridiculous variable name. So if the write position is ahead of the read position, then we can subtract. We can do this minus this. And that tells us how many there are, right? So we can say then have 2 bytes to read is equal to this being larger than 2. Or equal to 2. Otherwise, we have to do shenanigans. And we have to say, let's just pretend. So basically if neither So basically we're having to make an assumption here, right? We're saying that why do I keep alt-tabbing to that? Where's the other paint? There. We're making an assumption here in that let's get rid of some of this mess. the read position is always behind the write position. Which should always be true. We're stopping reading if we haven't reached that yet. If it hasn't been written yet. So let's pretend we're about to write here, but we're reading. The next one to read is here. So at some point, these two are equal. So the next one to write was the same as the next one to read, which means we've read everything, so we stopped. And then we received 2 in quick succession, quick enough that this is still back here. So this is greater than this. So if we subtract, so this is 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So we're going to do 4 minus 0, which is 4, which is greater than 2, or equal to 2, greater than or equal to. If we'd only done this, 2 minus 0 is greater than or equal to 2. So we need to see if this is greater than or equal to 2. So this works in this case. But what if this is not true? This can become not true if, let's say, the last thing we wrote or read was the A here, and we were about to read this. So these were at the same position. Then we wrote this. Oh, sorry, this, hang on, this would have, wait a minute. This is 0 by default, right? Yeah, okay, so then we wrote this, so we moved on, and we wrote this, so we moved on and wrapped back to there. Now what we need to do is basically pretend that this is here, right? Basically we need to pretend that this is here. Or we could pretend that this is like 2 steps back from the beginning. But this is not unsigned, so this can't go negative. But as long as the maximum buffer length is like 127 or less, question mark? Then in the worst case we could pretend that we were like the worst possible case scenario would be that we're here. Maki! Hi!
Post.
Howdy. Hi. Welcome. This is the worst possible case. We need to pretend that this... So basically this means that we are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 bytes behind. And the way that we could do that is just by adding the length of the buffer to this, right? So that's 10 plus 6, which is 16. And then we can subtract 8 from 16 and it tells us that there are 8. Okay, I guess that works. So essentially we're pretending that this hasn't wrapped, that this is all the way over here somewhere. But yeah, in this case, I guess we want to make sure the buffer length, but we never set the buffer length so high that if we were to unwrap it like that, we get a number higher than 255. So what's the worst case scenario for that then? If this were 128, or if the length was 128, And this was at, I guess, position 126. And this was at position 124. Then we'd have to do 124 plus 128. Yes, basically the worst case. So basically never make this, so, but that'd be okay. So basically don't make the array bigger than 128. Actually, technically, I guess 130 would work. Because if we get so delayed that this ends back up here, we we don't even deal with that situation. We just assume that we've caught up. But just to be safe, let's say must be less than, well, number of pairs then must be, so basically this must be less than or equal to 128 due to that, that's an arrow, must be less than or equal to 64. Oh, you might as well make it 64 then, why not? Must be. So otherwise we want to do, basically we want to do exactly the same test, but this, we pretend that this is above 64. This is starting to hurt my head just a little bit. 064, 65 values, or 1 to 64. This is a count, it's a number of bytes. Yeah, so the address, the index would go 0 to 63, yeah. You see? Because, how do I explain this? I need to explain it for future use. And explaining it will help make it clear in my head. Because when deciding whether we have bytes written that have not yet been read, and index of ring, and in buff right has wrapped, and in buff read has not, we add num buff bytes be temporarily, and this to in buff right, so that it is larger than in buff read. Although we could also just make the assumption, we could also just not do any of this. We could just make the assumption that if this is ever less than this, then we must have at least 2 bytes to read. Why am I overcomplicating this? Even if this is only here, we've still got 2. We've got this one, which is marked as next, and we've got this one. And afterwards we wrap back to there and we've caught up. Yeah, if this is ever wrapped, like we're always reading in 2s, like this whole section here is gonna do 2 things. It's gonna advance by 2 at the end. Basically, we're never going to see We're never gonna enter the start of the loop where we're reading a thing at an odd number. Yeah, I love ring buffers. So yeah, if this is less, then we know that we've got at least 2. Okay, ignore all my silliness. We don't need that, alright? Which enables us to have up to a huge buffer of 2, 5, 6. Yeah, never mind, we're not doing any of that crap. Get out of here. Be gone. Oh, I guess it still does need to, must be, let's bring it to 2, 5, 6. They can swap order. Not less, just different. They can swap order. I don't know what you mean. No, not just different. Not just different, because we need to read in pairs, but we're writing one at a time. And it's possible that we could check when we've written only 1, but not 2. So we want to see if there are at least 2, or we definitely have done this. So if... What is this? If right is larger than right, what have I written? If... So you want the right index to be even and different from the read index. Yes. Yeah, I guess it is what I want. I don't even need any of this then. Huh. Thank you for making me realize that. So all I need is... I don't even need a temporary thing. If they're different... Wait, we're already doing this actually. So if they're different, so the only thing we need to check is... If in... Oh, no, 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 no. Wait. No, that's not right. This is why I started this in the first place. The difference has to be bigger or equal to 2. Yes. Yes, because it's possible that we've written 3 bytes, and 3 bytes does still mean that we have at least 2 to use. But if we're just checking if it's even or not, then we won't do it. It can be what if you're writing. Yes, exactly. That's why I started doing this. Okay, I remember now. So if right buffer hasn't wrapped to less than, sorry, right index hasn't wrapped to less than read index, we have stuff. We have 2 usable bytes if the read buffer is at least, oh sorry, the write buffer is at least 2 bytes ahead. Else, if write index has wrapped to less than read index, we know for sure that there are at least 2 usable bytes at the very end of the array. Write is less than read, or write plus 1 is larger than read. Write? Why am I doing write minus write? What is going on here? Why keep doing this? Write minus read is larger than or equal to 2. Maybe, Stu. I mean, probably. So if this is large, then this should work, right? I think that'll work. What was this test originally for? I don't think we need it anymore. We can abuse integer division? Can we? Okay, so this is print hex version of address byte your final answer? Okay, what is this? Right, shifted right by 1. So divided by 2 is not equal to read shifted left by 1. Yeah, that does make sense, doesn't it? Yeah, so effectively what we're doing there is we're just pretending that the index is for a 2-byte value instead of a 1-byte value. And then we're just saying if they're not the same as each other. And the index on here goes up once both values have been read. Or written, I should say. Yeah. That works, doesn't it? That would work. It's probably a lot faster than doing all this crap. Well, actually, I'm not sure. We're still doing a bit shift. We're doing another bit shift. We got temporary thingies and registers. I mean, we have here as well, haven't we? It'll certainly be less messy. So if we can do a one-liner though, so it's satisfying. So for that reason, I'm going to do it. If end buff right shift left by 1 is not equal to end buff read shift. Oh, this is so much nicer. Oh my goodness. Ah, actually, right and not equal to read. That would be faster, wouldn't it? This is not like the hot part of the code, so. This part is. In AVR, use that one instruction to set the 0th bit of W to 0. Avoid having to shift. Avoid having to shift R right. Yeah. That would be, wouldn't it? I feel like this is easy for me to understand though. I wonder if the compiler is clever enough to optimize that. Probably not. I mean this to the thing that you said. So basically what we're caring about there is that the right position, ignoring the address thingy, is not equal to the read position. Yeah, that would definitely work. I'm just trying to decide in my head whether future Yuka will understand. I'll comment this out, I guess. If this and wait. Is not equal to. I guess I can do it this way as well. Let's whatever. You can and not one. Yeah, I feel like this makes more sense to me. is not equal to this. So basically, if right index, oh, ignoring the odd address bytes index is different to read index. Yeah, okay. I'll settle with this for now. The next version of address byte. Thanks, Stu. That was a fun one, wasn't it? And this is hex version of value byte. Oh wait, these need to be changed now. So this is now gonna be. Do you increment read by 2? Not yet, this is leftover code. I'm gonna be fixing it right now. This is back from when I had 2 arrays. Now I only have 1. I do kind of want to make this a pointer, but like, whatever. So this is now just called buff data. I think. Yeah. So this, need to advance. And then we print that, and then we do buff data. So in total this will have incremented by 2 now. Value byte of 1, 2. Wait, this is. Oh, okay. What we actually want is this plus 1 here, and this we want plus equals 2, which is not possible in C, which is so stupid. So we actually just want that, and then we'll advance it by 2 afterwards. So this part's going to be slightly slower than it used to be, I guess, but whatever, this isn't the hot version, the hot part of the code, so it's fine. Hex version of address byte, hex version of value byte. And then move on to new line. And afterwards, we don't need to do this. We just need to end buff read plus equals 2, and then we can you know what? The funny thing is, it might actually be faster to increment it by 1 here and then increment it by 1 again here. That's so silly. I'm not sure though. Also, I'm not gonna do it because that's just silly. Next time, start reading from the. Well, hold on a second. This is gonna be. This is not what we want actually. I think we just want this. I think we don't even want this loop, do we? I think we don't even want that loop. Yeah, I think we don't even want that loop at all. I'll get rid of this confusing thing as well. Why do you read +1 before non+1? Because the value is received first and then the address is received. It's really weird. That's just how the CPU is sending it on the keyboard. I think. But we'll soon find out for sure, I guess. Next time, start reading from the first of the next pair of bites. And then, I guess, deal with wrapping. If this is larger than or equal to bufflan, then subtract the bufflan. Sure, we'll do it that way. If we just advanced past the end of the array, grab factory start. Okay, that might be it. We might have written everything, but I've probably got wrong variable names in various places, so let's just see and see if it compiles. Buffland was not declared. There should be num-buff bytes now. Oh, I did the same thing here. Oh my god, this isn't gonna fit, is it? Okay, it does barely. Okay. Yeah. I think we might be about ready to test. Did I fix the other bit? No, can't remember. Oh. Wrap my condition. Oh, these are pleasingly aligned now. Hey! Alright. Oh my god. Pop my chest. There's some other things we need to do actually. We need to initialize all of these pins. Does attach interrupt set the pin mode? Used to be silly if it didn't, but I've got too much stuff open right now. Right. It's also the wrong window. They do have to set it to input mode, or maybe that's just because they wanted to pull up. Well, I'll do it anyway. I should probably define them here, right? Hash define port data in and port data out. So port data in is port A. Port data out is going to be port C, and pin. Maybe I'll call it in and out first. Have that be a prefix rather than a suffix because now I can have pin in latch 2, pin in. Well, nothing else actually. Pin out latch is gonna be 3. No. No, none of those, none of those. Right, sorry, we're gonna do this through this, aren't we? wonder, I guess when I'm eventually going to... this is thought for the future stuff, we're not going to be doing this today, but I guess eventually when I do this, when I make it output, I'm going to want to make sure that the address line changes before the latch. If we change both at the same time, like who's to say that the latch won't trigger some old value, won't latch in or won't use some old value of this. So I guess we'll need to output these 8 bits, output this as quickly as we can, then we'll need some amount of delay probably at least like 1 clock cycle for the chip, right? For the synth thingy, the OPK2. And bear in mind that that's running at a much slower clock speed. Slower slot speed. So we might delay for a while there. This will be interesting. It'll also be fun seeing what the artifacts are like if I, you know, don't wait for long enough. I'll probably just aim to replicate the timing of the original though. It would be interesting to see just how much headroom they gave it though, like how much faster could they have made it if they didn't want to, you know, ensure reliability. Who cares about reliability, am I right? No, I'm not right. So we need one more port, which is port out MISC, I guess, or other. Sure, that's port F. So this is input from keyboard CPU. This is output to keyboard OPK2. And this is input from keyboard CPU. Interrupt for us. And this is individual bit use is, let's say, well, just C above, I guess. C above for how individual bits are used. Huh? Thank you for the pets. Aww. So we need to prepare these ports. So we need to say that... Ooh, hang on a second. Is the port... Is the address... How do I explain this? Is the address of the so-called DDRA or DDRB, DDRC, DDRD? Is this always a certain number of address number thingies below the port? So here port A is this. This is one less. Also, wait a minute. Port is output, right? PIN is inputs, if I'm not mistaken. Input pins. Data register. I'm pretty sure PIN is what I need to use for inputs. So actually this should be... Input should be PIN-A. Oh my goodness, that's a huge thing. Must define as PIN. Ah, you know what? you for the pants. Hi, Hacken. How about I make it so that everything is defined by the ports, and then if we want to access the data for it, we just subtract 1. Wait, is it subtract 1? Port A input pins 0x2 0. Sorry, 0x00, 0x01, 0x02. Yeah, so if you define the port A, -1 gives you the data direction register, and -2 gives you the inputs. Is it always the case? Oh wait, what am I doing? I'm doing the wrong thing. Go back, go back. It looks like it always is, right? Pin DDR port, pin DDR port, pin DDR port, pin DDR port, pin, pine. Oh, the E is not selectable, what the hell? I mean, it is if you drag down. Pine, porty, pin DDR port, ping, DDR port. That's it. Okay, so they're always in that order, which is nice. So let me just make a little macro, I guess. You know it, you love it. Macros. For converting things defined as a port output to a pin input or DDR data direction. Let's call this... You know what? How about... How about I always write it so it looks like a write command or a read command? Good luck, Hacken! Good luck, good luck, good luck. Good luck. What if I just call it... I'm gonna put it in lowercase. Port read. Whatever the current port is. Becomes port -2. Port direction becomes this -1, and port write becomes current port -0. It's just current port. That way, we can have like a universal way of setting stuff up. We can say direction. So the port direction for port in data should be... How does this work again? Initial value data direction. Initial value is 0, which means the input, right? I'm pretty sure they're like input by default, but can we get a proper explanation of that somewhere? The actual blah blah blah. Okay, so DDR underscore blah blah equals 1, so I assume 1 is output and 0 is input, and I'd like to find a more concrete answer for that somewhere. If the direction bit is 1, read. Okay, well that's different. This is for 2-wire interface. Why they make them different? Maybe it's just a standard and 2-wire interface, I don't know. When the pin is forced to be an input, the pull-up can still be controlled by the port be 3 bit. Does that mean port B bit 3? Can you just like tell me outright whether 0 means input or output? Well, I've been through the entire thing and I haven't... Well, I'm gonna assume that 0 is input and 1 is output. So 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0. All inputs. Why is this music so loud suddenly, actually? The volume has been gradually creeping up. All inputs. All of data input port should be... All pins of data input port should be inputs. Port direction for the port out data should be the 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1. Actually, you know what? This is probably easier if I just set data direction for pins on port 0. Port 0 equals input, 1 equals output. And finally, port direction for the port. What do I call it? Port out other, but that's silly because some of them are in, so I'll just call it port other. Maybe I should call it port data in then. Port data out. Naming things is difficult. So port other. Port other is a little different. We have bit 0 is an input, and then bit 1 and 2 are outputs. Also, this is backwards. Okay. That should work, right? And then we also need an input mode for the input latch, which is digital pin 2, which is pin latch in. Well, now I'm thinking that it should be put out data because I've got an in there. Ah, man, what is consistency, huh? We also want ideas in set. Is it just set mode? Is it just set mode? Not like pin set mode or something? Or pin mode. What the hell is set mode then? Anyway, pin mode to input. And then we attach the interrupt, I guess. Input latch, input from CPU. Interrupt. An interrupt for us is this one. Serial output to computer is this one. And then, when we want to read or write, we want to use these macros. Port read here. So port read brackets port in data. Right? And then, well, not port in data, port in other. Or port other, actually. Port other, I think. I should really call it port misc. Or whatever. Okay, then stuff starts here. So these are like these are just helper functions. The actual settings and stuff are here. We don't need any of this anymore. We don't need any of this anymore. Cleanup time. So these are settings. Pins. And these are just like helper macros. Okay. What about when we want to... Oh, we're never doing output, are we? We're never doing output yet, so we're never using this one. Well, let's see if that compiles. L value required is left operand of assignment. Podmisk equals this. So this is just equivalent to this, right? So you're saying that doesn't work? How did the things for the STM32 do this? Because what is port F defined as? Wouldn't port F just be defined as... this? Maybe not. Oh, maybe this is defined... Oh, right. This is probably defined as... asterisk this, right? So we need to like cat voice makes me comfy and eepy. Aw, I'm glad. And yes, definitely hydrate. So this is already defined as 0x11, like asterisk 0x11, right? As in using this as an address. So what we want to do is get the address of this. Yeah, what we want to do is like get the address of this, subtract 1 from the address, and then turn that back into an address. That's probably what we need to do. I'm gonna put some more brackets around here too. Hopefully, you know. So this would be the equivalent of... but then not doing anything there. Yeah. So assuming that port star is defined as e.g. asterisk 0x11 in that example, right? i.e. whatever is stored at 0x11. So we use AND to turn it back into an address, effectively modify address and then dereference again. dereference the right term for this? I'm pretty sure it is. Okay, does that help? Hey! Okay, well this is gonna be a minor miracle if this works. I think what I want to do as a test, let's just do a little test. Let's not ever attach the interrupt yet. So like none of this should ever do anything. This should also not do anything. But let's do a little test. Let's see if this works. Let's see if the port we want to use as input can even, like, let's see if we're like even able to access it in this way. Well, I mean, yeah, okay. Port right doesn't even use this, but we'll still use port DDR. Or DIR as I call it. Which will do these shenanigans. So I'll try calling this to set this port. Because this is all I'm going to be using. Just for the point of testing. Temporary test. See if we can write to input port. This tests the port star macros and pin mapping. So we're just going to do port direction port in data equals this, and then we're just going to do a little loop. Let's just try writing to it, right? Over and over and over, and then on the oscilloscope we can see if we're toggling some bits. Let's just say while true, we're gonna port right to port in data. Mind you, maybe I should make port right be like a function kind of thing. Current port value. So this equals current val, sure. No semicolon. Let's just stop being silly and just type this. And let's just write 255. And then we'll just write 0 immediately. And this is gonna happen in a loop. And that's all we should ever do. So we should see like a really tiny spike high, and then, well, ideally it's gonna be oscillating really quickly, but because we're going back to the beginning of the loop here, it's gonna spend more time low, or like rewinds, if you like, back to the... You hadn't realized before, but C23 has arbitrary width integers. Really? I want to now turn on my oscilloscope. And I'm gonna probe one of the pins of port in. And port in is apparently pins 22 to 29. So let's... Oh, I can't reach, actually. I can't reach over to those pins. Hold on. Okay, now I can. I had to change how my ground thing was connected. That sounds interesting, Stu, but it's just a language, right? So the compiler would have to do very interesting things to use any parts of bytes, right? Also, thank you very much for the follow! Oh, Twitch is doing the thing where it's not telling me who followed, and I just saw the name on my screen, but my memory is terrible and I've already forgotten. I'm very sorry. I think it began with an R. Or maybe a B. But thank you anyway. Let me connect. We'll turn on the oscilloscope thingy. Oh my god, the oscilloscope is so audible now. Now that I'm recording at a... Rather now that I increased my mic sensitivity. Okay, it should be better now. Underscore bit int 6. Interesting. Wait, let's upload. Is this correct? Oh, it's not plugged in. We good? We are good. Upload. And we should see a pin rapidly toggling. Oh my god, it works! Okay, nice. See just how fast it is. 3.95 megahertz apparently. Look at it go, and look at those interruptions from the Wow, that's an interesting artifact. What the hell? It like scrolls along a bit and then stops. Oh, you can't really... Oh, you can kind of see it when I do that. Oh, it works. It works very nicely. So, how long is it high for? This should just be one clock cycle. Let's set up cursors to like there and there. Delta is approximately 15.2 megahertz, 15.4, blah 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 blah. Oh wait, what if I measure from the start of thing to start of drop? Yeah, okay, 16.1 megahertz, nice. So, nice. Anyway, that was just making sure that my macros worked, and it seems that they do. Or just as an ultimate test, I suppose. Let me set the input mode to 0. Oh, mind you, input mode to 0 would still be enabling and disabling the pull-up resistors, right? So this is actually not confirmation that this is working. I guess let me put all this nonsense back then. And if it still works with all this nonsense, then I guess the nonsense is working. Okay, so it works. You decided to go from C99 to C23 on my little project thingy. That's quite the jump, huh? Alright, so this seems to be working. I think it's about time that I actually connect this. Well, nope, not yet. Let's remove this so that I don't accidentally connect it in output mode. And basically short the outputs of the CPU on the keyboard. Let's remove that and let it loose on everything. For minus 76. Wow, you've gone all the way back to version 23. Oh my goodness. Inputs. Outputs. You know, I'm going to double check. I am going to double check that the DDR, that 0 is input and 1 is output. I do not want to risk it with this keyboard. What is the thingy that I saved somewhere? Bit twiddling hacks? Is that the one? No, it's not it. No, none of this is DDR. Oh, it is! Ah, okay. Okay. Sets pin 1 and 2 to 7, which means 1 to 7, right? As output, but leave pin 0 as input. Okay, nice. And 8 to 13 as input, so 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, and then the last two. Okay, so yes, 0 is input. 0 is input. Okie dokie. Nice, good to know. Right, so I'm about to connect to all of these pins, in fact all of them, including the ground. To... oh, you're right, I don't have a photo there. To the Arduino. Twiddle them bits. Will do. I don't think I need the script anymore. Well, you know, I'll leave it running. I'll leave it running just in case, because it makes a flipping beep when I turn it on. I don't want it to disturb people. I'm also gonna hydrate and I'm gonna save the kidneys. Kinda need to save the kidneys. I'm gonna come back. We will connect up the Arduino and we'll see what happens. Actually, there's one more thing I want to test, which is now that I've removed this little loop, so the Arduino, so the Arduino won't be outputting stuff on those pins anymore. I want to see if it's printing anything over the serial, which it should not be doing. So, you know, if it is, then, well, something's wrong. Let's upload and prepare to monitor. Okay, the port is open, and it's not sending anything, which is good. Yeah, that's really good. Also, right now, the LED on the Arduino is just always on, which it is by default. That is the thing, that's default. And, I could change that to turn off the LED on the Arduino at the start and then just turn it on in this bad situation. But using digital right there to turn on the LED would be really slow. I guess I can do it with like a port right. I'd have to do a port in and then like X or something, right? Or and rather. No, or, right? The or. Bitwise or to turn on a bit. Oh my god.
The music. Where'd it go? Ah yes. Time for the most evil of activities. Dotting. Twiddling the bits. Hi Israel. Welcome. How are you doing? Oh my god. Such a chunky scroll wheel. What I was is the pin not in the set bit instruction range? Wait, that's a good point. That's a good point. Thank you for the pads.
Good. I'm glad you're doing good. I mean, I'm glad you're doing good. Oh, I'm still holding my water. That's a really good scatty mode. I really like that scatty mode. That's so good. That's excellent. Hold on. I need this. Wait, where are we? Let me grab this from the Twitch chat. When it eventually loads. There we are. What the hell? Ah! Why my symmetry? Should have gone wide, Yuki, since you're working on buses. These are not wide, though. God, they're really weird. You're just inline AS limits. Don't even need any parameters or anything, right? I guess I could, huh? Where do the wires go? These wires? So ultimately they're coming from the CPU here into this chip, and then I'm like yoinking, doing the old yoinky sploinky from these up to this little header where they're not connected to anything yet, and I'm about, oh my god, this looks so funny when I'm wide. I'm about to connect them up to the Arduino, which is now running the code that I just wrote that will allow me to monitor them basically via the computer. I'm gonna go and save the kidneys right now, before anyone does another redeem that I'm gonna feel bad about wasting their channel points for. So, everybody please, take care of yourself, save the kidneys, and, you know, maybe drink and eat and stuff. I'll be right back in 1 minute. Thank you for the posture check. Okay, fine. Stewie, I'll accept your points for the saving of the kidneys and the pets. Everything's immediate until news. Oops, any registers. That is true. I have to remember how to do it though. Okay, I will be right back. Pew. Jeez. Is this the nyanning room? It is. I really like the song, so I'm gonna restart it from the beginning. SPI pin bit. Pin is 0 to 31, bit is 0 to 7. I guess I can make a macro for it as well. If I make it just a function, then it might... Calling the function might cause registers to, you know, be stored and stuff. And if I make the macro... Okay. Let's get the keyboard back. Are you going to emulate the chip? No, I'm not going to emulate it. I'm going to figure out how to control it. How the CPU is controlling it. And eventually, hopefully control it myself. But for now, just being able to see the messages that is being sent is going to be really cool. It's, you know, it's gone 1 AM. I don't want to start doing... Well, I can't even start attempting to control it yet because I'd have to desolder it from the board. And to be able to desolder it, I need to, like, properly remove the circuit board because it's soldered in from the other side. And yeah, This is not something I'm gonna start getting into now. I'm gonna be a bit scared to desolder it, to be honest, because you know, there's a whole bunch of pins that need to be very hot to desolder it. Inspects bits and voltages, true. Okay, how am I going to position this Arduino such that it's not shorting anything? Well, I guess I can just sit outside the keyboard right now. Which pins are we using again? 22 to 29. Are these close enough for me to be able to, like, physically close enough? Can I? Let me see if I can use my shortest jumper leads. Need male to male. Need 8 of them. Brown, red, orange, yellow, green, blue, purple, grey. That's perfect. That'll do. We can use this. Need one more for ground. Sure, I can use this. Oh, there's a black one here. That's perfect. The ASMR section of the stream has started, I guess.
Jeez. What the hell?
Michael. An ice skirting cat. Unintentional? It is unintentional. They don't make those chips anymore, do they? I think most thin chips are bought up or used in other hardware. No, I'm pretty sure these are not made anymore. These are pre-OPL, and I'm pretty sure OPL are not made anymore. Okay, let's connect these in the correct order. Let me just check the pinout as written by someone else, although someone else also got the audio left and right wrong, so I'm not entirely sure I should believe it, but let's see. So they say the memory of me is fading. I've heard it all before. They also say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so there are 9 bits. 9 bits going up the side. Then there's test, and there's 11. Okay, so yeah, highest bit there is 7. Okay. In that case, you used tail scale? You scaled your tail? How big is your tail now? I'm being silly. Plugging in. It's easier said than done because I'm trying to plug all 8 of these kind of together. After a long time of trying to make VPN work over Cloudflare. Interesting. I don't know anything about this stuff.
Wait, I'm trying to plug this in. Wait.
Yeah, my tracking doing silly things. Silly in brackets, maybe funny. Okay, they're all plugged in. Now we just need... Oh yeah, we still need... Wait, we need 2 additional wires, actually, as well as ground. One for the... what they call A0 and one for what they call chip select. I guess the slash there is meaning active low, actually. Okay, so we need to connect these, the high ones. to bit 7. So bit 7 is pin 29. Let me just double check that. On here. Nope, not there. Here, which should be on this tab actually. I don't know why it's not. So they're using port A. Port A, bit 0 should be pin 29. And it's not, it's pin 22. Which is what I should have said. Yes, pin 22 is bit 0. Okay, that's correct. So then bit 7 is pin 29. Alright, let's get connecting. Asriel knows what it's all about. Head scale is where you're on the tail scale, serve yourself. I don't know what any of this is about. Okay, once I got this connected, I'll take a photo because it's using a very nice rainbow-colored set of cables, wires. So 22, 3, 3, 4, 5. Let's move the mic closer to me. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, so these two go there, and then orange and yellow. By the way, if there's of any consolation, I would not be able to be showing this on a camera right now because this is kind of a pain in the ass. But I will show you the result. I mean, I will still show you the result. Some things are just annoying to try to do on camera, you know? You need to be able to hold things close to yourself and without a camera in the way. Physically in the way. The body of the camera. Okay. Those two go in. And purple and grey. Those two go in. Alright. Alright. Then we're gonna need ground. Ground is... So there is a ground in the Arduino. I'll yoink that one. And I'll connect that up to... Oh, is this gonna be a problem? I'm joining... I will no longer be able to... Well, I have to be really careful when I'm probing with my scope now. Because this keyboard is now going to be like actually properly grounded through the USB of the Arduino. Okay. Wire guard is 4K lines of C. That sounds small. I'm also still going to connect why can I not plug this in? What the? There we go. I'm also still going to connect the keyboard to the computer via that little audio transformer thingy to isolate it that way. Okay, and finally we need this one pin, which is set as input. So this one pin is bit 0, which is analog pin 0 apparently of port F. So let's double check. Port F0, analog pin 0. Wait. Oh yeah. Oh, right, we also need this one. Yeah, okay. Alright, we need 2 more wires, one second. 2 more male-to-male wires. Here's one that's yellow. And this one is green, but that's not male-to-male. Here's one that's orange. And that one is male-to-male. Okay. I make yellow the latch. Yellow goes from digital pin 2. Nice and easy. Whoop. Okay, so which one is which? I feel like I want to label the photo of the... I feel like I want to label the photo of my little hot glued on thing. Not that. Not that either. That, I feel like I want to label these. So we've got pin 7 up here, or bit 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. They're all connected. Ground is also connected. Now, which of these two is which? This one, the rightmost one, comes down and snakes down to this pin. This one, the bottom one... I want to see if there's the next one along. This photo is kind of weird, isn't it? Yeah, the way this photo is taken makes it look like this wire is actually going to here. But actually it's going up to this one. Yeah, the angle is quite unfortunate here. It's very confusing. When I look in real life, it's clearly going to this one. I think it's because the pin comes down and like what you're seeing here is not really the pin, it's a little bit of salt. Well, that's not quite right either. Yeah, I don't know. Anyway, the rightmost one is the top one, and the top one is latch. Okay, so we need to go to the rightmost one. Now I have a little bit of trouble getting this wire to stretch. You'll understand when I take a photo. There we are. And finally, this one. Analog 0 to the is adder one. Okay, it's not really what I meant to press. $27.2. Yeah, it's pretty hot. Disbarment key. Oh my goodness, what is all this? That's a lot of stuff. Why so warm? Because it's my room. My room is always hot, I'm afraid. That's just how it be. Analog 0. Which I'm not using for analog stuff. It is... Well then, there it is. Alright. Everything's connected. Let me take a photo now, because this looks pretty damn cool, I have to say. If I do say so myself. What's the best way I can show this? Probably that. Yeah, that'll do. Okay, let's give it the old crop treatment. Wait, that makes it sound like I'm tending to my, like I'm farming or something. Tending to my crops. I just mean I'm gonna crop the photo. Save. 0.57 megahertz. It's in the 80 meters ham band. I hope it doesn't create interference. Let's grab that photo. And let me show you. Look. Ta-da! Here's how everything is connected now. Isn't that cool? So we have these data ones going from pins 22, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. We've got the yellow one here, which is going to the... let me look with my eyes. I've got these the wrong way around. I've got these the wrong way around. The yellow and the orange are the wrong way around. Man, I'm glad I had a look. That will do that, but only local because it's a weak signal. I see, I see. With Tailscale, you don't need to port forward in your modem, which is especially nice with Bell modems. Like, Bell Labs? They still exist? Okay, so pin... Oh, no, wait, this is correct. This is going to latch. I keep on thinking that data is this one and latch is this one. Why do I keep thinking that? Okay, no, this is correct. This is correct. So this yellow wire is going down to this one, which is latch. And orange here is going to the analog N0. Is going to this one, which is the address one. And here's ground. Going to a ground pin there. Bell Canada. I see. I'm now gonna plug this in and see what happens. Ideally, nothing, although maybe these pins will be floating, I don't know. And as soon as I plug this in, I'm guessing we might get some garbage data and then probably some correct data as well. Eventually, I should probably look for the reset signal, or I should definitely look for the reset signal. And then we can just like, when we receive that, we just ignore everything that came before, right? That your Arduino is in your musical laboratory. It is. I think this is all uploaded already, right? I'll upload again just in case. Okay. Now I'm gonna connect power to the keyboard. Actually, no, first let me connect audio as well. Also, first let me support this on the boxes, so I'm not gonna be smashing all of the keys, or mashing, not really smashing, but mashing all of the keys against the desk. Oh, okay, I'm gonna need to support the Arduino. I'm lifting up I need to lift up the Arduino as well, like I'm lifting up the keyboard. Old GLC PCB box. Oh, this is the one that thank you for the pants, Sam. The one that the what do you call it? The MIDI. The Arduino MIDI shield thing that I made came in. So this is quite appropriate, actually. It's a box that had a musical circuit board in it, being used to lift up the Arduino while doing another musical project. Also, holy yuck! Okay, let's connect the headphone out. Thank you, Exia. Sorry for disappearing. Divine for things to work well. Thank you, thank you. Let's see if it does. Gotta unplug some existing things. Plug in the new ones. Oh my god, there's so much flipping cable here. Holy crap. Oh my god. Don't want anything to short anything else. Okay. Right now you might be able cable to here. This. It's very faintly. Okay, reconnect it. I'm gonna turn down the volume. Okay, I'm gonna turn up the volume on the keyboard. It's a lot harder to do now that we have a whole Arduino tethered to it. Okay, we're connecting the power to the keyboard right now. If I'm expecting to see something appear on the stereo thing. Oh my god! Dude! 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 Some things appeared. Well, all of this makes no sense that we'd be sending FF to all of these different things. Wait. Alright, interesting. Some things arrived. I don't know if I don't know if they arrived correctly. I just noticed that there's a screw stuck to the speaker magnet. I'm glad that wasn't rattling around. Okay, I'm gonna press a note. Dude. I'm trying to get it to work on both speakers. What's going on here? Why am I only hearing it on... What the... Twist my cables. Fuck. Why can I only hear it on one speaker? Look at that though. It's always saying 8.1 equals 1.2 at the bottom when I press the note, and when I release it, we're always saying FB equals 4.2. Actually, sometimes we're seeing... I think we are sometimes reading wrong things. But also, what the hell is going on? Why can I not hear it on both of my ears? What the fuck? What is this? I was hearing it yesterday. What has happened between yesterday and today that means that this cable is, like, broken or something? What the... Dude, this is the most annoying thing, holy shit. Well, that's inverted between left and right. Okay, I think this cable's actually damaged. Why are all my cables shit? This is super frustrating. This is so frustrating. I don't know if it's as stressful for other people when something's only coming out of one ear or into one ear. But if it is, I'm sorry, but let it be known that I am just as stressed right now. I know which cable it is and stuff. It's entertaining to you? I'm glad. Okay, so the problem is at that end of the cable. Yeah, I swapped the sound interface parts. Hi, Seduce! How's the technomancy going? I'm managing to sniff messages, I don't think I'm doing it quite correctly yet, from this keyboard, and yet I can't connect a goddamn headphone cable, apparently. That's the true final boss. Alright, this cable doesn't work anymore. What can I say, man? Let me just connect my headphones directly for myself. Trying to destroy my ears. I've got them off my head. My headphones with. But yeah, there's something very wrong with this headphone adapter. It was coming out of only my right ear for a bit there until I wiggled it as well. I don't think this is gonna work. I can't get it to work. Oh! There's like at least 2 levels of things broken. One is the cable, for sure, and one is the adapter. I'm trying to like bend the adapter. Oh, I know Seduce, I can hear it. It's extremely frustrating. Believe me, I know. Believe me, I know. Okay, in this exact position is working right now. Holy crap. That's the hardest thing I've done all stream. I'm just looking at these numbers while I'm pressing things. I'm pretty sure I'm not receiving this correctly. And the really annoying thing is... Oh, you know what? I was going to see how long it's spending, wasn't I? I was gonna... Right. I was gonna do the thing where I turn on a pin and then to show that I'm starting processing and then turn off the pin at the end. And I was going to measure with the oscilloscope how long we were taking. Yes, let's do that. Because I just want to reassure myself that the problem is not that I'm taking too long in the interrupts. Also, this is gonna have to be... yeah. Just thinking. Yeah, how's the Seduce? Wow, it's still working on both speakers. I wasn't expecting that. Let's see. Oh my goodness. Okay, we want to use a pin. Let's use... I guess let's use port out. Let's just set the entirety of port C to 205 here, then to 0. So port right, port out, data 205, and then 0 at the end. Should be pretty fast, right? And then what pins can we monitor on? We can monitor on anything from 37 to 30. Okay. Let's upload that. Let's... what the? Pin out data. Let's try that again. Might as well have this view up. Is it still working? Maybe this is a timing issue. I'm seeing more unreliability now that I added those. Well, this looks even less consistent now. That's concerning. Well, let's measure it. Where is my... There it is. Okay. We should be monitoring this now, although it's not going to be a very clean signal. Oh, never mind. It is more of a clean signal though. Is it? I'm not even sure. There, let's... All zoomed in, am I? Is this working? Let's press things. Oh, okay. It works. It is working. And right now we want to trigger on the rising edge. Well, that doesn't really matter actually. Okay. So this is how long the Arduino took to process this message. About 1.4 microseconds. That's 10 times faster than it needs to be. Holy crap. Okay, that's pretty cool. Could it be that other interrupts are messing with this? Like how long is it spending in the timer interrupt? What is the name of the thing your Arduino is plugged into? That's a lot of things right now. There's my computer, there's an oscilloscope, there's this musical keyboard, which is this chip right here, YM7129. Well, that's it actually. I said a lot of things, so I just meant 3. 3 is a lot of things because I can only count to 4. I can only count to 4. I can only count to 4. The thing is directly plugged into the keyboard. It's plugged into the... Hold on. Oh, you mean like the pin header? This would be called a pin header, I suppose. A female pin header. The keyboard. The keyboard is a... Oh yeah, I used to have this message pinned. I don't have it pinned on the stream. It is a Yamaha PSS290. Oh, I see what you mean now. Yeah, sorry, I used to. Don't learn to count to 7. But what if I have 3 brain cells? Then I can count with 3 bits, and I can count 0 to 7. You'll be doing 6, 7, maybe. What is 6, 7 in binary? 110, 111. I guess. We need to teach people that. There's 2 separate digits. Not like 1. I'm gonna zoom out a bunch, and you know what? I'm gonna connect a separate probe. And this one will monitor the latch signal from the oscilloscope, so you can see how quickly we start responding. Right done. Okay, let's let's turn on this one as well. Let's move this one down a bit. Should work. Let's trigger on the channel 2, which is gonna be from the thing. Keyboard. Is there a way for me to easily connect this? Can I? Do this? Yes, I can. Okay, let's press the key. There it is. Oh! Oh! Right! The latch is active low, so I should be triggering on the falling edge, but it looks like I'm triggering on the rising edge. Wait, did I not type falling? Hold on. I'm triggering on the falling. Wait, but why is it taking so long before the pin changes? Like both times it looks like it's triggering on the rising. What the hell? Also, look how quick that is. We are in and out of that interrupt before latch even releases. Oh, that is delicious. That is delicious. But why is it taking so long? Before, it really looks like we're triggering on... Really looks like we're triggering on rising, doesn't it? Imagine the confusion if you connected a probe and it let out a small enemy moan. What is this, the newest Steam controller? Okay, I'm gonna change this to rising out of curiosity and see what happens. See if the whole thing shifts more to the right. As if it's delayed more now. And it's uploaded, pressing a key. Oh my god, it is. It is more delayed. That's a bit concerning, isn't it? Why is it that delayed? Okay, this is really weird. Like the very first thing we do is right. How long is it taking? Let me re-upload this version again. Eat away some of those right cycles. Okay, let's measure. So it starts around there. I'll try and measure from the halfway point all the way up to there. Why is it taking like nearly 4 microseconds? That's like a long time for what's meant to be an interrupt. What the hell? That's like 64 clock cycles? Okay, when I say that it sounds less long. But... Really? I thought that'd be like super fast. What Hatton? What's good? Hi, Minister of Defense. Welcome, welcome. I thought this would be faster. You know, this is making me want to connect up my logic analyzer again. Because I want to see what happens after the pulse goes high again. Like how long does it keep the data on those lines? And how long does it keep this line as well set to the correct thingy? Surprised you're able to move it some. Interesting. Is it tracking your arms? It is. It is. Sometimes it even works. It's a little less good right now because I'm moving around a big open circuit board and it's like visually complicated. Yeah, it's using a leap motion. It's like mounted above, looking down at my desk and the mess on it. Okay, fine. Let me crack out the logic analyzer. One sec. The little cheap Chinese tiny box thing. Oh god. That was scary. I had something fall. I thought that the probe had like fallen into the keyboard and could randomly be shorting things, but thankfully not. Okay, I got it. Hi Key, welcome, welcome. Hi Key, welcome. I'm Hi Key, welcoming you. I'll do those things in one sec. My hands are full of USB cable and other cables right now. I should have just said cables. Okay, I'm unplugging power from the keyboard. I want to see what happens when I do that, because when I was using the logic analyzer, when I unplugged power, I saw a bunch of random noise. So let's see what happens. Whoa! Interesting. We did see some things. 0, 0 equals 0, 0. Also, I wonder if the data is like flipped, you know? Like is low a 1 and high a 0 on this keyboard perhaps? Also, due to the fact that this mess of wires that is the logic analyzer, I've soldered like a male and a female plug to every of one of its wires. I could actually basically daisy chain out from the female header in the keyboard into the male thing on the logic analyzer, out of the female thing on the logic analyzer, into the male thing on the Arduino. This is gonna be an absolute... Thank you very much for the follow, Kayla. Hi, hi. It's gonna be such long wires. I wouldn't be surprised if this like makes things fail because of like the wires acting as antennas and picking up interference. Thank you. And the posture check. Whoa! Oh my god, I'm dodging, sorry. Thank you very much for the bits. I was stretching. I was too far away for some of those bits to hit me. Thank you very much. Okay, I'm gonna disconnect a whole bunch of these wires now. Let's connect 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, address and latch. So I should say 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 address and latch. Oh, welcome in, welcome in. Alright, this is gonna be easy said and done. Let's try to do it. Unplug all the things. But you know what, I could even probe, using this logic analyzer, I could even probe the output of the Arduino. I don't think I need to though. Frankly, I trust the scope more anyway. But just so that I have everything in one place, that is a thing that could be done. Man, I cannot overstate how many wires are on my desk right now. And cables. We've got the probes, we've got the USB cable for the Arduino, the USB cable for the logic analyzer. The mass of cable for the headphone output, which is going through a little audio transformer as well. So it's 2 audio cables. Power supply of the keyboard. The ribbon cables from the keyboard to the Arduino. The mess! Listen to all that. The mess of cables from the logic analyzer, which I'm now going to try to connect them. There's a lot. Okay, so purple and grey. Which order was this? Okay, these are all these. Okay, let's just unplug the Arduino from the keyboard. Up you come. Up you come. I'm a bit scared that I'm going to pull off the entire hot glued on header thingy. Okay, it's off. Man, if I actually get this all connected, I'm gonna have to share a photo because it's gonna be comical. Comically messy. Is this comedy? Purple. Grey. And yes, while I'm doing this, the wires are like dragging around inside the keyboard, but the power's all off. The power's all off. I just gotta make really, really sure that nothing is dragging around inside the keyboard when I turn the power on. Okay, so we've got bits 0, 1, and 2 so far connected to the logic analyzer. 3. What is it? Purple, grey, green, blue, orange, yellow next. 4 bits. 4 and 5. And that's all I can connect. I can only connect 6 of those. Because I also have to connect, the address thingy and the latch thingy. And those will go to brown and red. Which I still didn't unplug from the Arduino. Okay. Brown. The rightmost was the latch one, right? Yeah. Brown? Wait, not brown. Brown? Yes, brown. Sorry. I'm not doing this on purpose. I'm not trying to be funny. My memory and everything is genuinely this bad. Genuinely. Bye-bye, Hagen! Thank you for hanging out. Going to bed is what I should be doing somewhat soon. Oh, this is gonna be a real pain. This is gonna be a real shame to have to disconnect all this stuff when I go to bed. I guess I can leave it all connected to on the Arduino side, but I'll have to take it out of the keyboard because I want to be able to put the cover back on the keyboard to keep the dust and stuff out. Red. Brown. Oh, hi, Crazy Kitty. Thank you for the pets. Hi, how are you doing? So brown, I can then pass on to the Arduino. All the mismatching colors we're gonna have now is ridiculous. Ah. Okay. Orange was this address bit. Which is red on this thingy. This is spectrum analyzer. Logic analyzer. And then we've got all of the data pins. Oh, do I really want to connect these? Do I really want to connect these? It's so much. Oh my god. Okay, let's do it. When you see this, you'll understand why I was dreading doing this. When you see it. When you see it. Hi. Okay, I can connect the final 2 bits of data to the Arduino though, so you can go directly into the keyboard, and the other 6 bits of data gets daisy chained through these other logic analyzer cables from the keyboard via the logic analyzer to the Arduino. Okay, so then the next one, or the first one I guess, or the next, next. Purple on the logic analyzer to grey on this thing. These are all going to be like one color off. Then we have purple on the Arduino to grey on the logic analyzer. Oh, they're going to be swapped in pairs, I guess. Then we have blue on the Arduino connected to green and green to blue. Okay, we're actually nearly done. With connecting these. Blue. Oh my goodness. Green to blue. And some of these wires are like not wanting to properly stay together either. They're like coming apart. That's really bad. Because I don't want them to touch other ones. They shouldn't be touching. Thank you for the pets. Then blue to green. Oh, a cyan. Thank you. Green to blue. I said it on the last stream and I'll say it again. I'm so glad that I'm not colorblind. This would be a nightmare. Like, I'm complaining a bunch now, but I've been complaining a lot more. And then finally... yellow to orange and orange to yellow. This is a mess. That's not even finally, actually, because we have to connect ground as well. Okay, ground. I'm gonna connect ground to the Arduino's ground. I guess, or I could daisy chain it through here. Yes, let's daisy chain it here as well. No. Oh. Wait, can I? Yes, I can. Okay. Okay, okay. I think it's all connected. Now let me take a photo of this absolute nonsense on my desk right now. So I can show it. What's even the best way to get a photo of this? Ah, the blue GLC PCB box is ruining the white balance on my camera. It's funny. But how do I even get a good photo to cover all this silliness? I might have to record a video to just show how ridiculous it is, because like you can't even see it all from one angle. It's so hard to see it all. Yeah, I don't think one photo is going to do this justice. But that said, it's going to have to do. I feel like recording a video right now. Oh, scope, yeah. Oh, scope. Okay, that'll do. Save. I'll dump this into the same place on my server. Discord server, I mean. Oh. Okay, let me show you this ridiculousness. Are you ready? Behold. Oh my god, I'm choking myself because of how ridiculous it is. Oh, I should have done it with HDR on so you could actually see something down here. Look at this ridiculousness. So we've got the wires from the... What the fuck is that exactly? Hi, she cocaine. So we've got the wires from this over to like the header that's hot glued on here. Then the wires come up and into this like little... All of these little heat shrink joint thingies. Then one side of those goes over to the logic analyzer that's up there. And the other side breaks out to a male thingy that connects to a female thingy here that connects to a male thingy there that then goes up to the Arduino. So essentially it's going chimp to header to logic analyzer, also splitting out to Arduino. And frankly, I'm going to be impressed if this still works with the amount of electrical interference that this is probably picking up. Let's find out. Seems to be nothing touching weirdly, although the scope is not. Hold on. Let's connect this. And also that. Let's also get this running. Oh, I can also hide the oscilloscope because the oscilloscope is like the only flipping thing that's not connected right now. I'm alright, I'm alright. Okay, pressing the key. I hear nothing. Oh, because power's not actually plugged in. That'll do. Wow, it actually still works somehow. Okay, is this working? It is! Okay. So what I wanted to do is see how much... Oh, these two are the wrong way around. Well, that was kind of inevitable. I was going to get something the wrong way around, isn't it? Okay, these two are the wrong way around. I should actually change this. Wait, does that mean I've gotten the wrong way around on here as well? Hold on. Maybe that's why I'm getting such weird readings from the Arduino. Hold on. One sec. Purple on the logic analyzer is this channel 6. Unfortunately, the colors on here don't match. And that purple... Oh, brown, I should say brown. Okay, having just said I'm not colorblind. Brown is going to the right list. Okay, hold on. And that is indeed going to this pin. Wait, so red goes to this pin. Have I got these the wrong way around or something? Am I going insane? Well, if the Arduino is treating this as the latch, when this is actually the latch, yeah, it makes sense that it's reading something weird. Also, holy crap, we don't have much time to respond before these lines go dead again. Why does it do that? Why does it like turn off the address lines during the downtime? Why didn't you just let them hold whatever their last value was? Why does it do that? It's kind of annoying, isn't it? Okay, having just said I don't need my oscilloscope, let's bring the oscilloscope into the mix as a sanity check. Let's hide that line. Let's be probing. Triggering on channel 2 when it's falling. Okay. So what I want to see is 2 pulses always coming in pairs. The pulse is always coming in pairs. If I'm pressing the correct, if I'm probing the correct thingy. Oops. Okay. Let's see what happens when I press a key. Let's zoom out a bit, or a lot, and press it again. They are coming in pairs. Let's zoom out even further. Put this on the left. Oh, right. Gotta stop it running before I take this off. There's the re-triggers. Oh! Hi, Sound. Welcome back, Sound. Oh, it's gone again. It's because of the headphone cable, I think. I hope. Yeah. And yeah, these are always coming in pairs. So that is the correct wire. Well, I was probing the chip directly. Let me probe the actual little exposed metal bit on the jumper wire thingy that is connected to the brown on the... this is ridiculous. That is connected to the brown on the logic analyzer, which is connected to channel 7. Yes, let me press a note. Oh, wait, run. Stop running. Okay, they are still coming in pairs. Yeah, they're coming in pairs. Wait, I just realized you're not seeing... The display's not updating for you. Why is the display not updating for you? Ah, you haven't been seeing any of this. Refresh. Oh wait, you have been? Wait, hang on, you might have been. Oh, it is updating for you. Was it always updating for you? I just glanced and I saw the... only like a non-changing purple line. Then I realized, wait, that's because I forgot to stop the scope running, and when I pulled the probe away, it flatlined again. Okay, I'm very confused. I'm very confused that we're seeing a single pulse there. We should be seeing 2 pulses here. But we're seeing the 2 pulses on this row instead of this row. Has this entire time the labeling of this, like the text printed on this logic analyzer little case thingy, been wrong? No, because I connected it like in the same way on stream. Last stream, right? Why am I seeing the doubles here? This is really confusing me. Okay, I'm gonna probe all the way at the Arduino. So this is what the Arduino is actually receiving for its interrupt. Let me see. Are we seeing 2 pulses or 1 pulse? 2. Very clearly coming in pairs. Okay. Well. Alright. Yes, I guess. Let me pop. Let me probe the address thingy. And we should be seeing a single pulse, like we're seeing on channel 7 on the program. Boop. Yes, that's a single pulse. Those are single pulses. Okay, so the Arduino seems to be getting everything that it needs. I don't understand why this oscilloscope is... Sorry, not the oscilloscope. I don't understand why this logic analyzer program is seeing the thingy on channel 6 instead of channel 7. But whatever, the reason I was originally doing this was to see how much time I have to grab the data. And the answer is pretty much fuck all. I don't really have much time at all. I have... If I respond as soon as this were to go down... Oh, mind you, hold on. Let me probe the thing on the Arduino again that says how it's reacting, like how long it's taking. Wait a minute. Let me reset up everything. The thing from earlier that lets me see when the Arduino should be responding and when the Arduino is responding to the interrupt. Let's get this back on here again. Purple is gonna be the signal from the Arduino. Yellow is going to be the interrupt line. I'm gonna have to take a new photo now that my scope is added to this spaghetti. Oh, we need some button. I'm so confused about why the interrupt is kicking in so late. thought interrupts were meant to be like fast, like super fast. It gets much worse, you might as well just add marinara sauce and enjoy. Oh, you can't see it because I turned off the... Oh my god. There. It's gonna change something with how this is being blended actually. There we are. That might be easier to see now. Okay. So the measurement is... Let's see how much these agree with each other, I guess. This is saying that the pulse is 3.333 microseconds. And... this is saying that the pulse is... 3.36 roughly? Yeah, okay, whatever. They are agreeing. And then the Arduino is kicking in 3.5 microseconds after the latch pulse went low and is finishing in grand total 4.9 microseconds. Thank you for the same with the kidneys. I actually don't need to right now. I'm gonna refund you, Stu. But thank you. So, if I were to measure from here, well, I guess what I need is a measurement of 4.9 microseconds. Where is 4.9 microseconds? 4.9 microseconds is there. Oh. So technically it should be managing to read all this. Like this one is definitely fine. It's kind of close though, isn't it? It's a little bit close for comfort. We have what, how much more time? 4.9 to 5.4. We have half a microsecond. We may be cutting it a little close. Hydrate, goodness. Let me hydrate as well. We're looking at wiggles. We are. I'm gonna take another photo of this setup because it's even more ridiculous now that my scope is involved. With HDR this time. And guess what? It's even harder to get everything in view. Who would have expected that? Oh my god, I don't even know where I can put things for everything to be visible in the photo. I think it's easier to make everything out this time. Like exposure wise. Oh, why am I still holding my bottle? Get out of here. Be gone, bot. Brackets, bottle. What a mess. Oh, this is so ridiculous. Okay, let's save that. That'll do. That's a good illustration of the ridiculousness, because the previous one wasn't ridiculous enough, apparently. Making progress? Debatable. Okay, look at this. Oh my goodness. Thank you, Shikakin, for the follow. Look at this. Look at this ridiculousness now. We've got the probes from the oscilloscopes getting involved. This setup is getting probed to bits. Like the scope here is clipped onto this screw for grounding. And this here is probing the output of the Arduino. And this one I have to manually hold on to one of these. This one specifically. See, look, this one is connected to brown, right? Brown is going up to the thingy, logic analyzer, and brown is the blah 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 blah. I'm just repeating myself. But I guess the biggest confusion right now is being caused by please hold this. So yeah, you can see my mouse faintly moving behind the oscilloscope. Why is it taking this long from here to here for the interrupt to kick in? It really feels like it should be able to be faster. That's like 3.5 microseconds. I feel like I might need to search online or something about this. The Arduino just seems really slow to respond to the interrupt. And it's an interrupt, right? Wait, is this being caused? Is it like... Is there a timer or something? Is it something to do with the clocking out of serial data? But that's hardware serial, it's not even software serial, so the clocking should be happening like driven by a timer, right? And then not needing the CPU to do stuff. I was just wondering whether it's because I've got such a high baud rate, you know? Like if I were to decrease this, or if I were just to disable the serial stuff in completely, like don't even be doing anything, don't even open the serial pod, you know? Just don't do any of this. No serial printing. Is this gonna compile? Oh yeah, of course it will. It'll compile even if that was commented out. It didn't work. Okay, let's see. Now that it's not doing any serial stuff, if it still is delayed on the interrupt. I kind of hope it is, because then that means the problem is somewhere else. I don't really want the problem to be with that, because I don't know how to overcome it. That's not to say that I can overcome it anyway, but... Okay, let's press the key. Let's press the key again. What? Did you see how delayed that was? One of those was so delayed. Okay, so there's the same amount of delay. But one of those was just super, super delayed. Did you see that? I do wonder if I'm gonna have to disable like the timers on this thing. Because I'm guessing that super delayed one was super delayed because of the timer that's responsible for getting the number of milliseconds that the Arduino's been running for kicked in. Oh, it's sending another message if I hold the key down for a long time. I'm just keeping on retriggering this in the hope that I'll see a long delay one of these times. Oh, wait, there just was one. The second one just went a long way. I really want to capture it there. Oh god. This is entertainment, by the way. This is what you came here to watch and listen to, especially. It's interesting how sometimes I only see two. Whatever, I'm sure I saw it. There! One happened again. Why was it only happening when I was pressing not releasing? Really useful if it happened when I released. Because then I'd have a free hand to stop the scope running. Whatever. One was released. Okay, you saw it as well. Okay, it's not just me. Okay, I'm glad. Anyway, the one that was super delayed is definitely long enough to completely mess up the reading. So maybe that would explain some of the dodgy readings we were getting. Okay, we saw one there as well. In faint, in the position of the second pulse. There again. Okay, well, that one looked like it came early. I guess it was the first one coming late though. Okay. So we're probably gonna have to stop the timing one, the timing thingy. That's a real shame, actually, because we kind of need that if I'm to like want to control this eventually from the Arduino. I'm gonna need some kind of timing reference, right? For making like LFOE things happen at the right speed or whatever. But this doesn't really explain why it takes so long for it to like kick in the first place. Is that just how slow interrupts are on the Arduino? Like it has to like store the stack or something, or registers, you know, store registers and then before it begins the interrupt? Like it has to do some amount of preparation before the code begins? And that preparation just takes like 3.5 microseconds? This time it seemed to happen slightly faster. 3.42. Maybe that is because the serial stuff was disabled, I don't know. Probably not. Let's put the serial stuff back then, since kinda thankfully that was not the problem. Let's have a little search. I don't even start with, let's say, Arduino. I can't type. Interrupt response time. It's really fascinating if the different AdMegas took different amounts of time to respond. I mean, if they had more CPU registers, I could see it happening. Check the interrupts section of the datasheet. It tells you. Okay, fine. Let's see. I'm gonna have to move these scope probes. Oh my god, they're in the way. Like, they're in the way of me typing. Interrupts section, interrupts section, interrupts. Well, I guess it's gonna be an external interrupt. Oh yes, it is. Yes, it is, because we are connecting to digital pin 2, right? Which I think was int 5 or something. Digital pin 2, interrupt 4. which is external interrupt request full. Okay. Okay. This is aligned text. It's kind of funny. Owl! Hi! Owl! During the hype train? Oh, of course, I can't easily find it. During a... Not the hype train, sorry. Was it hype train? I don't know. An emote got unlocked, and I thought, man, this is perfect. This is perfect for... Okay, the emote picker on OBS is just absolutely broken right now. Anyway, there was a Fimsh emote that got unlocked, is what I'm trying to say. But since they're never named sensible things, I don't think I'm ever going to be able to find it. Oh, here it is. Look at this. Look at this. It's a little Fimsh love. That's what it should be named, Fimsh love. It's like really colourful as well if you look at it in detail. How's the owl doing? I found an article that looks like they did measurements on the interrupt latency, 3.5 microseconds. Well, that's how long mine is taking as well. Wow, it might just not be fast enough. Wow, that really sucks, doesn't it? So it might just barely be fast enough if we disable the timer interrupts. I was going to bed 4 hours ago, but someone was playing Peak, and so here I am still awake. Oh no. Oh, here we are. Bit one IV cell interrupt vector select. Okay, this is something else. External interrupts. Low level interrupts in the edge. I detected anything. Pat though, owl. Wait, isn't it like super late for you right now? Oh no. Oh, here we are. Pin change interrupt timing. An example of timing of a pin change interrupt. I don't really know what I'm looking at here. What is all this stuff? I'm guessing that's what I needed. Not that it actually tells me. A number of clock cycles, or maybe it does and I'm blind and I didn't see it. Okay, hey, guess what? Just check the datasheet. Didn't see. Oh, 3:30 AM. Right, I keep forgetting that you're not in Australia anymore. I'm sorry. Yeah, I wouldn't call 3:30 super late, but I have, I believe, what some people would call a degenerate sleep schedule. Man, 3.5 microseconds, huh? That just might not be good enough. Oh, hey, look! This person has the same scope as me, or at least the same interface for it. Look at this. Anyway, yeah, 3.5 microseconds. I guess that's what you saw. And that's on the Uno as well. That's interesting to know that it's like not any slower on the thingy. On the Mega. Oh, that is what you found? Okay. Well, I mean, I don't know what else to say. I guess it's just not fast enough, huh? Maybe I need to try to remake this thing with the ESP32 just because we can have a higher clock speed, and then hopefully, therefore, the interrupts can be faster. I believe I do have an ESP32, but I don't think I have enough pins on it. And that's ignoring the fact that I'm going to want to turn on a bunch of pins at the same time. Or read from a bunch of pins at the same time. Hold on a sec. A long time ago, I did get this thing called a ChipKit Max. ChipKit Max 32, I think it was called. Which I believe, if I remember rightly, was a 32-bit CPU. Which runs at a higher clock speed, possibly 80 megahertz. I don't know, I'm just remembering these numbers out of nowhere. But I don't remember what microcontroller I used at all. So I don't know if I'd be able to like make proper optimizations like I've been trying to do in here. We could also make this read this like as one of the very first things it does at the top, so that we're reading closer to the start of this purple trace there, rather than close to the end of it. But man, it's still such a long time, isn't it? Such a long delay. And it's kind of amazing that FM chip runs at only 3.58 megahertz. And it can do that. But the Arduino running at 16 megahertz and using an interrupt is too slow. At least with the timer interrupts enabled. I guess if I really wanted to do a cursed thing, I could like use two Arduinos effectively. One of them just disables all interrupts except for, you know, the one that I want. And passes the messages on, like, via serial to the other Arduino. And the other Arduino is responsible for generating the outputs to the chip. Optionally with timing and stuff. Although, eventually, I just want a switch that can switch between echoing out the messages, like just passing the message straight on for the keyboard, from the keyboard out to the chip, which is basically just original functionality with extra steps. Or if you switch the switch the other way, having the Arduino make the messages. And we only need timers running if we are... I think we only need timers running if we are generating messages ourselves, right? And in that case, we're not going to be caring about any messages that are coming in. And if we're echoing messages out that are coming in, yeah, if we're making messages out that are coming in, we don't care about the timer at all. We're just going to be like mirroring them as soon as we can. I mean, if push comes to shove, I could just do that with like circuitry. You know, transistors that connect the input to the output. That'd be a better way of doing it anyway. So eventually the timing might not matter. But I might have to make my own little circuit board. I don't think way less advanced, but I had a bunch of problems with Arduino for timing accuracy. Using serial, super messed with it. Well, I disabled serial, and it didn't make a difference. So that, unfortunately, is not the problem for this one. But good luck, and welcome industry. Australia? Not sure if that should be pronounced like an A. Like Stry. But yeah, when I was like trying to do like tight timing stuff regarding the sending out data to some LED strings, I did, mind you, I was doing assembly there for the accurate timing. But yeah, I did need to temporarily turn off. No, I wanted to interrupts to be disabled while I was clocking out to the LED strings. But I had to temporarily enable interrupts during the long off pulse to the LED strings, whatever, that gets into the protocol. But there was a safe time where I could, where the addressable LEDs are not super sensitive to timing, and during that time I turned back on interrupts for a moment and then off, just so that any incoming serial data to the Arduino would not be lost or corrupted. That's the opposite problem to what I'm having now, though. Like, I'm not even trying to input serial data at the moment, I'm just trying to output it. Thank you for the follow, Dr. Zazzle. I'm not really sure how much there is more that I can do right now, other than disable all interrupts, except for, you know, the one that I want. Which is kind of annoying to do. I have to remember the interrupts. Okay. Oh, I made a hole. Made a whole flipping text file here explaining timer 1 specifically. Which one is it that's used for Millis? I wonder if someone's made a library just to turn off the timer. That's silly. I should just look at the datasheet. Let's try and do it from the datasheet. That's not going to make the response time any faster than 3.5 microseconds though. But it is going to stop the sudden longer response times that we have sometimes. Should we try and do it? Let's try and do it. Timer. Eight-bit timer counter 0 with PWM timer counter 0, 1, 3, 4, and 5. 16-bit 1, 3, 4, 5. Wait, I just want the registers, didn't I? Ah, here we go. I scrolled down to registers right as I said it. Okay. TCNT0. Interrupt request where to interrect. Signals are all visible. And the interrupt flag. I'm hoping that there's just like a few flags somewhere. Is there like some master, a couple of registers that lets you turn on and off? Every interrupt. Let me look in the registers again. Output compare register, so this is assuming it's already running and stuff. What does I mean? It begins with I. That interrupt? No, it's input, apparently. Okay. Oh, and these are just the... Oh, wait, there's more. But wait! There's more. Timer, output compare. Input capture, blah 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 blah. Oh, ADC stuff. That's cool. Ah, here we are. IE interrupt enable. Right, output compare interrupt enable. I think all of these are gonna need to be like turned off. It is making me want to search for IE. What is EI? Is that enable interrupt? Where we have interrupt enable here? Let's see. Okay, that's an interesting link. What the hell? Oh, EI stands for external interrupt, okay. So I guess for, this is timer 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Okay, so alright, so Tim SK0 up to Tim SK5 I need to fiddle around with, and hopefully this doesn't change, hopefully this doesn't mess up serial output, because I do still want that for monitoring. Okay, so basically, I just want to force off all of these. Well, if I'm not using any of the timers, I guess I don't really care about any of the other values in this interrupt mask, right? Can I just force everything to 0? Even though I'll be changing, like, other things? ICIE5. Input capture. Interrupt enable. Let's just try forcing off all of that. Brute force method here. Can we go back? I want to see what they were all called. Tim SK0. Just set everything to 0. So this is brute forcely disable all timer interrupts. So this is TMSK0, right? What's the name of the thing? What does SK actually stand for? What does the K of all things stand for? Oh, it's TI Musk for mask. Okay, okay. I thought it was Tim, as in timer. Okay, so we're just gonna set that to all zeros. We're gonna do the same for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Obviously this will only work on an Arduino Mega, but we're already using ports that are Mega specific or 2560 specific, so whatever. Okay, upload. Serial monitor? Wait, where is it? Oh, there. Oh god. Okay, well. Oh, well, something is certainly broken because it's outputting all the time now. But it is reading different values there. I assume it's not actually meant to be doing this? Interesting. Wait, so it's using a timer for something. I know what it's using a timer for. I wonder if this is similar to how it was on the STM32, the ARM CPU, and you have to like clear something in your interrupt for it to be for it to stop triggering some kind of interrupts all the time. I'm not sure how to explain this. There's like some register that says, hey, an interrupt has occurred. Maybe that's not being cleared now that I'm doing silly things. Except, but really all I want to turn off are these ones. Could it be that I shouldn't have touched these bits and these bits are actually doing something? In that case, I'll just try to turn off the output compare ones. What is TOIE as well, actually? Overflow interrupt enable. Okay. In that case... Tim 0, we want bits 0, 1 and 2 to be 0. And 1 is 1, 1, 0, 1, 0, 0, 0. Hang on a second. Let me replace all this. This is very slow for me to do because my keyboard is having to be vertical right now because there's no space on my desk with all the crap. One, 0. Oh, wait, that's timer 3. 1, 1, 0, 1, 0, 0, 0. Oh, it's the same actually for timer 1. And timer 3, and timer 4, and timer 5. And timer 0s and 2 are the same. Wait, so timer... Those are the same. And these ones... are the same. Blub, blub, blub. Alright. We still broken? Or is it better now that we're disabling the correct things? Hey! Oh, never mind. For a split second. It looks like it is repeatedly sending things actually while the note is on. Or maybe it's not to be believed. So I love that. My right ear is enjoying this very much. Where's the rest of it? Oh god, how did I fix it before? I don't even remember. Ah, maybe this is the sign that I should be stopping. If the cable is dying again. I mean, the cable was dead before as well, but I was just able to put it into one really odd position that revived it. Oh, here it is. Wait, what the fuck just happened? This is not doing the spamming anymore. Wait a minute. What the hell? There's some kind of grounding problem? No, it can't be because things. Wait, it could. No, it couldn't be. Could that? Maybe. Well, I'm seeing consistent things now. Wait, am I? I don't know if I am. And I'm not seeing anything repeated while I'm holding it. Well, let's just look on the scope for a while I'm pressing a button a whole bunch of times and see if I see any long pulses. It's definitely a very scientific way of doing it. I have no idea why it was working and then, or going weird and then not working. Let me press reset on the Arduino and see if it goes back to repeating all the time. Yeah, I pressed it. What the... I think we might be like missing sometimes. Because look at the very beginning. When this spits out some messages, we're seeing the 0000, which maybe is because this thing was being triggered. So we just weren't catching both of the pulses, which we can actually verify. We can actually verify that. Because on the oscilloscope we should only see one pulse. So we're seeing two there. And we should be seeing the 0 jittering. Actually, we can easily verify that the timers are disabled by just like putting this into a loop and outputting constantly. And if the timers are off, there'll be no jitter. We should have a rock solid output. Let's just do that. While, without screaming, while true. Oh my god, this is so hard to type with my keyboard vertical. Should hopefully. Okay, let's zoom in. Well, that is completely stable. So yes, that has stopped the timers. Oh, look at that. This is live updating, by the way. Might be easier to see if you can see like the little specks of purple at the bottom. But yeah, the timers are most definitely disabled. Slight wobble there, where's the... Oh, that's because the threshold wasn't set well. Oh, it's so pleasing. Be able to zoom out this far and it's still stable. Okay, the timers are definitely disabled. So that means we should not see any delays. Any like extra long delays. Between the yellow pulse and the purple pulse. Anymore, hopefully. Oh. It is slightly inconsistent timing though, isn't it? Look at that. Let me trigger on the other one. It's a little bit inconsistent, but I guess that kind of makes sense if it's in the middle of dealing with some serial data and it has to store that stuff. Here's a wild thought. What if, hear me out, I don't use interrupts at all. I use a tight loop and a kind of a state machine. This is not like expandable when I make this a full thing. But what if every time around the loop I'm checking this and stuff, and in the tiny little bits of time between checking this, so I'm polling this pin instead of being triggered by an interrupt. And like, I make some kind of a state machine where between each of the polls, I like maybe output one more bit of serial data manually. Oh, trouble is I'm gonna need accurate timing for the serial output, aren't I? That's a bit unfortunate. And then the next time around the state machine, I might have right shift it, and the next time around I output the next bit, and then, you know, all that stuff. Can maybe be faster than... Well, I'm sure it could be faster than once every 3.5 microseconds. But yeah. The question then becomes how to output it on the serial. Although the actual process of outputting on serial should be being done in like hardware, right? So I shouldn't even need to do that manually. This is kind of a crazy idea, but I kind of want to try it. It's just so crazy enough. It's just so crazy that it might work. The question is if I can be bothered to do it. It's only really this that needs to be split up into like the state machine thingy, and then like maybe one of these things would take too long. I don't know. Probably would. Although I guess we could do it a kind of almost like a... We could almost make it like a yielding thing, actually. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. What if I just don't use an interrupt, but like between any lines that are gonna have like a noticeable amount of delay between them, I put in like a kind of like a yield instruction, which is actually a pull instruction, which basically just checks the state of the latch pin, and if it's low because it's active low and previously it was high, then it does all of this immediately. This is so silly that it might just work. This is so ridiculous that it might just work. Okay, I'm gonna make this a new sketchbook. I can't believe I'm considering using not interrupts as if that's gonna be faster. No int. I might as well still just call this ISR latch. So this will be an actual function call. You know what, I'm gonna... Okay. Okay. I need to be able to type a bunch of things, so really I want to be able to move some things around so that my keyboard can be horizontal again. Excuse me. Ask! Hello! Hi. This is so ridiculous. This is actually ridiculous. If this is faster. Okay. How are you doing, Ask? Welcome. So instead of doing this, we do still want the pin mode to be set to output. I can't believe this might actually work. And I'm going to make this my own tide loop, by the way. I'm not going to rely on void loop being called because I know the Arduino library stuff does additional things before calling loop again. So we're going to make this an extra type loop where it doesn't do anything else. This is so silly, man. Already this is silly. Loop and then while true. Okay, so void, and then I'm gonna call this inline, because I'm gonna be calling pull latch. I guess I want a static parent at prev latch. Also, we're really wanting fast checking here, so I kind of want to... I guess I'll just make it a bool, fine, whatever. And then if... Okay, how do we access this? Digital pin 2. Digital pin 2 is port E4. So pin PINE4. Wait, what I saw? Yeah, PINE. P input 4. Oh my god. Pine. That's ridiculous that sounds. So if this, and which bit was that for? Wait, where'd it go? Yeah. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, I swear, if this works, this is gonna be so ridiculous. Painful. ISL latch. And also if... It could be nice if we were able to do this without branching, but... Basically, we want to see if it's different. So it's basically if this... It's basically if this is not equal to prev latch, right? I'm just gonna make this a uint 8t. Perfect. Or I guess I wanted to initialize to this. Wait, no, it's not only when it changes. It's not only when it changes. It needs to be off as well. Oh, it's gonna be slow, isn't it? But maybe not as slow as interrupt still, who knows? New latch. This one being... Also this looks really weird, but the static one's gonna only be done once, the second one's gonna be done every time. It's just kind of confusing us. Put it in its own place. So if new latch, wait. If new latch and new latch is not equal to previous latch, in other words it's changed. Would it be fast to compare against 0 saying, oh, whatever, I guess. If... Wait, that's it. That's it. Just do that. And then afterwards, prev latch equals new latch. That's it, right? Am I mistaken? Let's just see if that works. Without any of this. Just see if we get a pulse out when the pulse goes in. It's gonna do some things with buffers and stuff, so the buffer's gonna like overrun, but not really overrun, more like it's gonna loop back around and overwrite the same buffer over and over before you ever read anything, but you know, whatever. Or rather before you ever read anything. Okay, let's see. Ring buffer, oh yeah. You know it, you love it, COM7 is not available. Hold on a second. It's not original, that's not what I was originally gonna say, but it's kind of funny. Fine. Oh. Oh, you know what? I think I can actually leave the Arduino hanging down there. Which means I can leave the keyboard horizontal. Ah, what a luxury. Horizontal keyboard. Okay, let's connect the power. And probe the Arduino. And press the key. Oh, I haven't uploaded yet. That's confusing. Okay, so it should now be running. Let's press the key. Well, nothing's happening. Yeah, we're getting nothing. Why is that? What is that? We should be able to... Oh! If I'm using port read, then... Yeah. Ah! Still nothing. Hmm... Oh, Hold on. That should always be being done, otherwise it's never gonna be done again, right? There we are. Okay. Oh, dude, it's taking so long. It's taking even longer. Aww. Man. Damn it, it's taking even longer. I really thought this might work. How is it taking that long, though? Oh, that's a shame. Damn. How is it taking that long, though? I do wonder. Is one of these cases where I'm going to want to write it in assembly or something? I don't think I could manage to make it that much faster. Nice try, thank you. It's kind of surprising me, but assemble more? Maybe I will need to assemble more. So, is it how is it taking that many instructions? Is it like... Can we measure it? Not that way, this way. So like 4.86 microseconds roughly? And there are 16 instructions per microsecond, or 16 cycles per microsecond. So 4.86 times 16. Roughly 78 instructions. 78 instructions? How does it take that long? What's the problem here? That interrupts take 3.5 microseconds to kick in. Unfortunately, which is too slow for this. Time to pull out the disassembler? Not at 3:24 AM. Not at 3:24 AM. Wouldn't that have been funny though if polling was actually faster than interrupts? It was about 1 and a bit microseconds slower, like 1.3. Well, I mean, it varies. Mm. 3:24 is the best time for getting into assembly. It can be? Yeah, pulling can be, but like... I don't really see why it's not in this case. Like, it's just doing a read? I mean, so there's a skip back to here. Like, it should only be needing to do... read in a thing. This is a constant. So read in a thing and store it. Well, yeah, I guess. And then, end it with this. See if it is true. And... oh, actually, this is the wrong way around. Hold on a second. Hold on a second. Hold on a second. This might be faster. I just realized. We are waiting for the latch to go low. We're effectively doing trigger on falling edge or rising. Wait, we're triggering on the rising edge here instead of falling edge. So actually, this might be faster. Hold on. So really want to see if this is not set. And it's not the same as last time. What a displeasing number of knots. So really, as if this is equal to 0, and that... Okay, this might actually be faster. That's what we should have been checking. Dude, it's faster. Dude, we're getting the entire thing done before the latch even comes up. This is proof. Let's zoom out a bit. Look at that in each of these pulses. Now the real question is, can we do any meaningful work between the poles? Okay. That's the real question, isn't it? So now we just need to spam this in a bunch of places. Oh, this is so disgusting, man. This is so disgusting. I can't believe I'm about to do this. I actually can't believe I'm about to do this. I swear, I can normally make less disgusting programs, but desperate times call for desperate measures, you know? Should check once here and once here for sure. Guess we might as well check there as well, and there. Increment this. That should be so tiny we don't even need one, right? We're doing a check there for a start. I reckon that's enough. Oh, hang on a second. Oh yeah, we're doing that beforehand. This is so ridiculous. This is so stupid. Hi, Minister of Defense, Big Homie. Welcome back. I'm putting these all like this so they really stand out to me. This is so silly. This is so silly. This is so silly. And it's so silly that it might work. You know, I should have seen how slow it is. I should have seen how slow it is without doing this first. I know chances are it's far too slow, but just I'm curious. Wait, what the fuck? That's not even that bad. We're getting to the state where sometimes it's... Dude, I'm not even like being silly right now. I'm just polling once per loop. I'm not even being silly. Oh, wait a minute. We're missing some of these entirely. Okay, never mind. We're missing some of those entirely. Never mind. Never mind. We're completely missing some. Okay. Bring back the silliness. Right, I forgot that the... Well, the serial should be at least 1 byte buffered, right? The serial should be at least 1 byte buffered. It's not like... It's hardware serial. The individual bits being clocked down are at least handled by the hardware, but... So this is a single byte, that's a single byte. I'm pulling there, I'm pulling there. Oh, true! Right, true! The hardware serial library probably sits in a tight loop somewhere, doesn't it? While it's waiting for the full byte to be sent. How long is the full byte then? The full byte we're sending at 258k baud. So it's gonna take... Oh, this is probably far too slow, huh? It's gonna take 1/25,000th. It's 10 bits. There's a start bit and a stop bit as well. So, 1... We're measuring in microseconds. 40 microseconds, question mark? Okay, we can't do it this way. We can't do it this way. Oh, unless... Hold on. What if we do it ourselves? What if we go into a tide loop until the serial buffer has finished sending, but during our tide loop, it's not really a tide loop. It's poll latching over and over. Okay. Does the hardware serial expose a convenient way of checking on the serial buffer? Arduino hardware serial. Probably not. I'll probably have to check the register myself, but let's see. Available. Find a large flash. Read bytes, set timeout, read string, write serial event. What is that? Called at the end of loop when data is available. Okay, whatever. Let's find the register. Serial. I should probably be looking here. You start. The registers for it. Register description. Data register in. Well, mind you, the data register in is not really what I want, is it? Data register in is not going to change. Well, I guess I could just have a look at the hardware serial library and see how it does it. Control and status register. Here we are, transmit complete. This flag bit is set when the entire frame in the transmit shift register has been shifted out and there are no new data currently present. That sounds like what I want. TXC 0 then, probably. This flag can generate an interrupt. Okay, well, we're not dealing with interrupts. So TXC 0. This is so silly. This is so silly. Oh, print line's gonna be bad though, because that prints multiple characters. I think. I'm not actually sure. No line ending? What do you mean by that? It's going on to a new line though. No. Yeah, I'm gonna write my own serial thingy. Serial poll and hang on, void. Serial poll until send. Send? I think. Unit 8T. Vow to send. Look at all these inconsistent ways of thingy. So it's not pull until sent, but it's until sending, like the beginning. The latter wraps the former. Yeah, I'm not gonna use the older write anymore. In fact, I'm just gonna, instead of println, I'm just gonna print character 10, I guess that's the line of feed, right? 1310 0D0A hex is character return line feed. Pretty sure the \n is the one that Linux uses. I'm not sure. Okay, I gotta disconnect some things from my scope again to give my hands some space. Without me risking messing up the oscilloscope probe or the Arduino. Okay, so the register was TXC0 bit. Oh, sorry, that's not the register. The register is UCSR0A. UCSR0A. And the TXCN is bit 6. 0F is 0 to D is 0A. But it does \n mean line feed? That's the real question. Is it byte 10? Okay. Thank you. So is TXC0 set? What does that actually mean though? What is the value of TXC0? Is it 6 or is it the value of 6? Bring it back to star and then? Nah. You can set on here which one you want to break on. Oh, it's sending all the time again. I don't know why it's doing that. I'll unplug the keyboard. Didn't realize it was still plugged in. It's very worrying. Is it still sending now? The keyboard's... No. Yes! What the hell? Why is it doing that? Is the pin like floating or something? It wouldn't surprise me that much if there was a bad connection with this absolute spaghetti. It's probably it, isn't it? This is very, very silly what I'm doing. If anyone's wanting to learn to program, please don't do this. Okay, what is TXC0? Is it the bit position or the bit value? That's the real question. Where would these things be stored? Hardware, Arduino, AVR, cores, Arduino? Is the name of the bit? I think it is exposed as a constant. I'm just not sure which. Hold on. It might be in the hardware serial thingy. Exactly. Wait, .h, not .cpp. It doesn't look like... It doesn't look like they're in here. This is even checking for other registers to already have been defined. Oh, hang on a second, there's one also called this. Ah, here we are! I found it! There's also one called hardware serial underscore private. Oh wait, that's not really defined. It is defining some of these. When I make ADUR, then it's bits are not numbered, so there is no TXC0. So TXC0 is what I'm actually wanting right now. So somewhere TXC should be defined. So where is TXC defined? That's the real question. Arduino.h maybe? Don't think so. Wiring underscore private? A weird name. It doesn't look like it. Oh, but it could be these things. Oh, AVR IO.h, maybe? AVR? There is no AVR slash IO.h, is there? Oh, there is no IO.h in this place. Where the hell's I reading that from? What the hell is wrong with Windows as such? io.h. iotn104.h. Yeah, that's exactly what I typed, isn't it? Oh my god. io.h. Okay, there is one. And this is in tools. Oh my goodness, please just show me the flipping path like a normal operating system. AVR inside. Tools. Okay. What are you? Oh my god. But okay, there are ones here, AVR, blah blah blah. Let's just go into that folder. Underscore AVR. So we're looking for 2560. I think. No, Windows doesn't do the thing. Right, fuck this. Let's just hardcode it. So, bit 6, which is 1. You try to do the right thing. So, this and 0. Okay, so if this is 0, so basically, while this bit is not 0. No. Yes, no, while it is 0, sorry, while it is 0. What was it? Paul? No, Paul. This is so ridiculous, I can't believe I'm still doing this. My goodness. And then, serial dot. So that's probably a convention for the bit names and addresses. They're the number, not the mask. 1 shifted left by T XC0. Okay. Too late. Val to send. Is it worth polling again immediately afterwards? I know. Okay, so we're gonna do this now. And this. We're always just writing 8-bit values, thankfully, in this program. Tilde right. And then so this is line feed. Instead of writing this in basically from the fidget sending, hopefully not, because hopefully it's like the the STM32 one, in that it only blocks until it's written at the beginning. But I don't know. I just closed the entire Arduino folder, so let me get it back up. I didn't mean to, I thought I loaded it in a new window. Arduino AVR cores, Arduino serial. Build CBP. Wait, there is a transmit buffer? This looks like it is doing, yeah. Yeah, it looks like we might need to do this ourselves, huh? Clear the TXC. Oh, you have to clear that yourself? Can be cleared by writing a 1 to its bit location. TXC. TXC meaning bit is complete. You can clear it by writing a 1 to it. Okay. Are you like gonna do that somewhere? Or is it this one? Whatever it is. Blah 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 blah. Actually, I think that this is blocking before writing. Well, that's what I wanted to do. But I guess we're so close to doing it ourselves at this point, we might as well just do it ourselves. Data register in, so UDR 0. So we can just write something into it and immediately sends. And then we just wait until this is set. It's automatically cleared when a new transmit interrupts. Oh, sorry. It's automatically cleared when a transmit complete interrupt is executed, or it can be cleared by writing a 1 to its bit location. But I would assume that that also clears itself when you write something into here, right? Maybe it doesn't. I don't see anything saying that it does, actually, which is strange. Can only be written when the UDREN flag is set. So like enable? Like serial port has to be open, is that what that means? I wanna... UDREN, what are you? And we're going deep with this. Huh? It's UDREN. Data register empty. Flag indicates whether the transmit buffer is ready to receive new data. This bit is set when the transmit buffer is... Wait, isn't this what I want as well? Why are there two? I guess that's what I actually want then, huh? This bit is set when the transmit buffer is empty and cleared when the transmit buffer contains data that has not yet been moved into the shift register. So there's like 2 stages. For compatibility with future devices, always write this bit to 0 when writing UCSRNA. That was the data, right? Where are you? No, that's not the thingy. The buffer in the register. So data register N. So what should I write to send? Transmit data buffer. Share the same IO address. The transmit data buffer will be the destination for data written to the UDRN. Transmit data buffer register. Okay, what do I write to though? UDRN or whatever, or UCSRNA? Let's make a note of both of these things. This or UDRN. You write the data register to actually send. Well, what is this? Oh, this is something completely different. What the hell? You write it to the underscore tx underscore udr underscore mt underscore riq seems to be the actual writing thing. This is what I was looking at already. UDR equals C. Send the next byte. Pulls it into the shift register. Okay, so let's see what UD. So it's this, right? Wait, C? Not 0? Oh, it's just underscore UD. Sorry, no, C is something else. I guess head and tail, or tail here is like read in the ring buffer. Well, let's try sending it by setting UDR0. I guess. Though when this is set, shouldn't we be writing 1 to it, I guess? Or forcing, yeah, writing 1 to that bit, right? What it is again? The and equals everything that we don't want to clear. So which one was that? UCSR0A. Oh yeah, 0N or NA rather. Where's it? Oh, I'm on it already. UCSRNA. I don't know why that can't be found. Anyway, it's TXC, so yeah, this bit, which is 10111111. Flash calls this function. Okay, let's do it. I'm just gonna upload it. Let's plug in power. Nothing happens. Oh, wait a minute, we're meant to be writing 1 to this. Wait, we're meant to be writing 1 to this. This is forcing the bit off. We want to force the bit on. So we want to OR equals 0, 1, 0, 0, 0, 0. Not that I think that's the reason why it didn't work, but... Nope, still nothing. Okay, so what's the thing we're using? UDR0. Is that syntax right? Would it not be UDR0 with a star in front? No, that is... It's already starred. Otherwise it complains that the left value must... You can't assign to the left value. Unfortunately. Well, fortunately. You saw 0 IO data register. I don't see anything else mentioned here even. About writing stuff. Sorry, UDRN is what I should be searching for. I should be reading like the whole thing, shouldn't I? Well, there's UDR. Transmit. I'm guessing I need to do something to cause the transmission. Ah, here we are. Note that the TXCN flag must be cleared before each transmission. Which I am doing. before doing a reinitialization with changed baud rate. I'm using hardware serial to prepare all this stuff, so that should be okay. The TXC can be used to check that the transmitter has completed all transfers. I think this is maybe not... Is this what I need to do? I'm not sure. The following simple USART initialization code examples show one assembly and one C function that are equal. Okay. So we're doing all the blah 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 blah. Oh, this is still just initializing, this is not actually sending. Data transmission. Transmit enable. I'm assuming like a serial.enable does all this stuff already. Maybe it doesn't, huh? Maybe it doesn't. Enabled by setting the transmit enable in UCSRNB register. When as enabled, the normal port operation of T anything D N is overridden by USART. Okay, so the pin becomes USART only. Ah, look at this! Wait for empty transmit buffer, which it does while UCSRNA and 1 left by UDRE and 1. Dude, this is exactly what I wanted. So this is already doing that though, except I've just hard-coded it there. And they've put not instead of equals 0. I might as well just use that. And then it does UDRN equals data. So this should do exactly what I wanted it to do. Or we can just replace it with their way of wording it without the extra spaces. Then we pull. This is an infinite loop here. What is UDRE 0? Oh yeah, right, that's not TXC 0, is it? This is something else. What is this? Data register empty. Data register empty as opposed to the transmission complete thingy. But it did want you to... Hang on a second, it did want you to turn off some flag. Hold on. This function simply waits for it to be empty by checking this before loading with new data. If data is empty... Okay, so... Somewhere it said that you need to... turn off... TXC or something, right? I don't remember. Guess data is empty works. Maybe. The TXCN flag must be cleared before each transmission. If it's used... Wait, if it's used for which... I know, it's only if it's used for this purpose. Be sure that there are no ongoing transmissions. TXC flag can be used to check whether the transmitter is completed. The RXC can be used to check that there are no unread data. Okay, well... If it's used for what purpose? Okay, whatever. If you check it, you must clear it? Maybe. Well, I'm not using it now, so... Maybe that... It's okay. We're checking a different thing now. UDRE 0 instead of... something else. Ah! Okay, we're getting shitloads of stuff. Wait. This is text, though. We're seeing text. It shouldn't be sending anything, but... It is sending text. And when I'm pressing button... Okay, this is working for sending text. It's sending nonsense. Like over and over and over. But whatever. Serial send is working now. Okay, that's good. And all of those messages... None of those messages were corrupted. It was always... Character equals character, and then a new line. Hi, Lucas! Welcome! Hi! So we are actually sending data now, but we're having a problem telling when we need to write it, apparently. Which we were getting earlier for a moment. I don't know why this is happening. Could be because of crap connections. Maybe wiggle some things. It doesn't seem to be. It doesn't seem to be, does it? Wiggle my electrons. I was just trying to wiggle the wires in case one was loose. Oh! However, we can look at this now. On the oscilloscope. We're not seeing any pulses. Interesting. Wait, has it stopped? Oh, it stopped. Okay, I don't know why it does that sometimes, but anyway, let's press a key. Okay. Let's... We are sending a pulse for every single one of these. Oh my god. I don't think we're missing any anymore. Let me zoom out a bit more. It looks like we're not missing any. Yeah, the sound is unrelated. I just decided to plug in the audio cable, sorry. But look, we're not missing any of those. Yeah, because... I can't believe this pulling's like actually working. 0243-8113. 0243-F063. Why is it often 8113 and then suddenly, occasionally we're seeing something else? I think we're still not reading correctly. We just had to do async at home, yeah. Okay, so the problem is definitely not that we're not reading the bits in time this time. Probably. Definitely probably. Sort of possibly, maybe. Potentially. We are maybe pushing our luck sometimes. But nowhere near as much as we were pushing our luck before. Like, we're pretty much usually done by the time the latch pulse finishes. And we know that even after the latch comes up, we still have a little bit of time. We're never wildly off either. Yeah, we're never wildly off. Those are some wiggly signals. Ah, yeah, that's, yeah. I can make them very clean, watch this. Here's how they are right now. Let me just... There you go. Trouble is, I'm in darkness now, although I'm being illuminated by my monitors. It's my lighting. I'm not quite sure why the yellow one's not picking up much though. What if I unplug this from there? Okay, now it's zero. I mean, quiet. When it's connected to the ground, it's flickering. What if I connect this to there? Yeah, it's just the Arduino's ground. Oh, mind you, it's high. It's pulled high there, isn't it? What if I connect this to around there? Yeah, now yellow's flickering a bit. Okay. Alright, so I think we're actually doing this at the right speed and everything now. There might just be a problem with the logic that was originally there. Serial pull until send. I don't think we need to manually putting that anymore. Because we are doing that after everything. I think putting a pull latch at the start is... Ah, this is so ridiculous. This is so silly that that we're doing this, but I'm going to do this because we've had to loop back around to the top, you know? This is so silly though. This is so very, very silly. And we're doing a check there as well. Ah, whatever. I'm curious to see if adding more of these actually decreases the... We don't need that. We don't need that. Probably. Maybe. Surely that if it takes like 5 instructions, you shouldn't need to pull that much. Yeah, I really shouldn't. Things are taking more instructions than I expected. Like 78 instructions or something for some of this. For this. Going in... oh, whatever. This... never mind. Okay, so we're gonna read from the miscellaneous one. Bit 1. And if that is not equal to... you know what? I'm gonna do the thing where I turn on the LED if this ever misses a thing. Where is the LED connected to? Pin 13, right? Sure, it's connected to pin 13. I was about to say, let me just do analog right on it to see if it dims, but we're disabling timers, so that's not gonna work. Well, let's just flash or pulse pin 13. While true... digital right, whatever. Digital right 13 high. We're gonna need to actually set this to output as well. And I'm gonna move the probes. Pin mode, pun mode. 13 output. High and low. Now we get to see just how slow digital write is compared to compared to port access. Spoiler, it's very slow. Oh, actually, I want to delay, don't I? I forgot about that. I actually want to see if the LED flashes. Let's do it really quickly. Wait, where's my pin mode? I thought I wrote pin mode somewhere. Pin mode 13 output. How did I get rid of that? What the hell? Why did that happen? Okay. That would appear to be the wrong pin. Either that or turning off the timers has ruined digital write. Which really shouldn't be the case, but just in case, let's put this right at the very start. Well, would you know? Disabling the timers did ruin digital write. Interesting. Very strange. Oh my god, I'm so stupid. I'm using delay. Oh my god, I'm so stupid. The timers do delay. So yeah, that's why it wasn't working after I turned off the timers. Anyway, so it's digital pin 13. I want to turn this on and off with the port access. So digital pin 13. Pin 13. There it is. That's analog pin. There it is. That's digital pin. Is port B7. Port B7. This is the debug LED. Port B. Bit 7. So I'm gonna make it, first of all, digital this. Digital this. And if we ever see... if we ever get misaligned with what we think should be an address byte or a read byte, this is the thing that's meant to fix it. I want to actually see it. So we're gonna port right, port B, what's the right way to do this? I guess whatever it currently is, right? This. or equals, yes. To force it on. Be 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0. Turn on Arduino's built-in LED to indicate that this problem. Good. Oh wait, you do it like this. Okay, never mind. I'm just gonna fucking manually do it. Desperate times are calling for desperate measures. I'm gonna keep on saying that as an excuse. Okay, the LED is on, but also it's just sending out nonsense spam again. I don't know why it does this. It seems to do it for like a long time and then just stop. But pressing reset on the Arduino did not make it start again. Though what if I do press reset? Does that make it stop? Oh, it's just stopped by itself. It's so weird. Well, I'm gonna press reset to turn the LED off. Okay, the LED is off. Now I'm gonna press a key and see if the error LED comes on. No, it's off. It's off. Off. Oh, okay, it just went on. Interesting, so we are sometimes getting out of sync. Eventually we're getting out of sync. You have to threaten to reset it to get it to work, apparently. Okay, something's very wrong if it's doing that, but... you know. Yeah, basically. Oh, I wonder if I need to pull it... No, of course not, because the chip should already be doing all the pulling that's necessary. Okay, what I'm gonna do... This is gonna look very boring. I'm gonna keep on pressing a key until I see the LED come on, and then I'm gonna look at the messages here and see if I can see an odd one out. Wait, why is it already on? Oh, did I not reset? Reset. Thank you, cool. I should. That's the thing I should do, but I should be stopping streaming because it's nearly 4:20. So I'll do that soon. Hold on. Could you put in an infinite loop here to stop the serial output? Yeah, but I want to see what it is, I guess. This is, there it is. It just came on. Okay. Say Valkyno! Thank you for hanging out. Thank you for the pets. Wait, how many messages was it putting out for each one? Hold on, let me just see. That's a lot of messages. This has gotta be wrong, right? This has gotta be wrong. No, maybe not. No, maybe not. Let me reset again. It does look like it's like solving the problem though. Like resyncing. It looks like it's resyncing correctly. Because we're always seeing this 0, 2 equals thingy at the end. Even when like a sync error occurs. Which just happened right there. It's now still saying 0, 2, 0, A, or 0, 2 is the thing. It's not like the 0, 2 and the 0, A have flipped. So it is actually resyncing correctly. I don't know why it's ever having that problem though. Message ma. Right, I'm gonna stop. I've got to stop. I gotta stop streaming. So I'll refund you, cool. When I properly stop. Let's just swap over to. We don't need that anymore. All that. All that. All that. All that. We do need this. Let's record again. Oh, you know what? Let's do this. Hi, hey Jingles! Welcome, welcome! I'm sorry, I was about to end stream, but hello! Hi. But observe. welcome, welcome. Hi, Cords Colada. Hi. Hi, Jingles. Let me show you. Let me see what you're up to. How was your stream? Welcome, welcome. I gotta be quiet because it's gone 4 AM here, but which is also why I was gonna stop. But I'm trying to give pats, but I can't. Oh, I'm putting my hand in your eye. Sorry. Fantastic Fist telepunching. Is this a multiplayer fighting game? Emote raid message. Okay, the fact that you have an emote that says emote is so good. I hope you had fun. I hope you had more fun than I've been having. I mean, my stream started out just fine, but it's the most versatile emote. It's true. It's true, it's true. Okay, I'm gonna... Hello everybody, sorry I should introduce myself. Hi, I'm a weird cat. And right now... Oh my god. There is a bad connection! Okay, I see what the bad connection is. It was a bad ground connection, I think. Maybe not. Maybe not. It did stop for a moment when I touched the thing, but now it won't stop again. Ah! It's an interesting game. It's a platformer and a mouse puzzle game. I see. I'm just gonna hit the wires until it stops spamming. That'll fix the problem. Yeah, I don't know if we're gonna get another solid reading of this. Like, this looks just fine. You can use emote for all sorts of things, including example, example, and example. Platformer and a mouse puzzle game. That doesn't sound like punching at all. The fellow has to juggle 2 separate input methods. Oh no. Wait, is that... No, it's not. It's stopped now anyway. Ah, interesting. That I hope you had fun. I hope you had fun. I right now have a ridiculous mess on my desk. Would you like to see it? It looks a little something like this. There's a lot of wires that I'm sometimes not keeping track of. This is a musical keyboard down at the bottom that's open, and this is the chip that makes sound. And I'm monitoring everything that it's being given, or trying to. It's being given the messages quite quickly, so I'm having to write some quite disgusting code that's fast enough to be able to catch it all. Fire hazard spaghetti. Oh my goodness. If anything here got hot enough to cause a fire, that would be terrifying. That would mean these are carrying, like, I don't know, well into the thousands of times more current than they should be. We're seeing different messages here now. That was like 02 or something before. I do wonder if just some of the pins are not in properly. Some of the wires are not in. But yeah, hi. Thank you. I do very much appreciate the raid. I was just kind of finishing up. Oh my god, I've nearly been going for 8 hours. Or 7:30, you know. Who's keeping track? So right now, sometimes it's like the data is sent in pairs of bytes, and there's like a wire that says which half of the pair it's receiving currently, or being sent currently by the CPU in the keyboard. And sometimes my code is going out of sync with which of the pair should be receiving. Thank you for the follow, Cord Scarlata. So what I'm going to do right now, and I've made it turn on the LED when my thingy does that. It detects that it's not what it expects. So I'm going to keep on pressing a thing, a note, on the keyboard, because that makes messages get sent. I'm going to keep on doing it until I see the LED on the Arduino turn on. And then I'm going to look back on this capture over here and see if I can notice anything weird. Although... okay, hold on. What I should really be doing is also monitoring one of the Arduino hold on. I should really be monitoring this signal on the Arduino that says, hey, I'm processing it now. I'm sorry. It's very difficult to explain. This... I should have stopped by now. Okay, how do I do this? This pin goes to there. So I'm just taking the wire that is monitoring bit 0 of the data from the sound chip. I can't unplug this wire and all that. There it goes. And I'm connecting that directly to the Arduino, so I'm no longer monitoring that. And instead, on the spectrum, on the logic analyzer, I'm going to be monitoring, which is that scrolling view on the right of the screen. The top where it says channel 0 is now going to be the signal from the Arduino that says, hey, I'm processing a thing. So, if I were to press the key, we should always see that this, we get a pulse on there. Immediately after we get a pulse on this one, channel 6. This is all very arbitrary, but there we are, nice. So as soon as there's a pulse there, that one goes high, and as soon as there's a pulse there, that goes high. Maybe I should have plugged it in down here so they were next to each other, but whatever. But look, it's totally finishing in time before any of this other stuff changes. So when this goes high, that's when the Arduino is starting to process the message. When it goes low, it's finished processing. And all these other lines are like data that's being sent, that it's trying to read. And we can see that it manages to complete the read before the data goes away, which is good. And yet sometimes it's still getting out of sync with the pairs of bytes, and I want to know why the hell it's happening. So that's... oh, apparently it's already happened. Let's reset. And I'm just going to keep on pressing a note until the LED comes on. Which is going to be thrilling content, as you just keep hearing a note playing over and over. But here we go, it doesn't taste very long usually. I mean, take very long. But it happened immediately, amazing. It's actually the best possible thing, I guess. So let's see if we miss a pulse. We caught these two. We caught those. Like I'm seeing 2 of these pulses for every 2 of these 2 pulses here. That's the thing. 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2. 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2. And then... but we're capturing everything. So why is it even having a problem? Could it be that we're not finishing quickly enough? I wonder if it's just a bad connection as well. Like sometimes it... like this wire maybe? This is the one that's always low on the first pulse and always high on the second pulse. This is what we're using to tell whether we're getting out of sync. The first time we read a byte, we expect this to be low. The second time we read one, we expect it to be high. And if that ever mismatches, that's like a oh no, turn on the LED, something bad has happened situation. But it looks like we're always finishing the raid before this goes low as well. Oh! Oh no, sorry. Man, and we do cut it close sometimes, don't we? How close is this? Oh my god, 917 nanoseconds. But whatever, it was still okay. We completed. I might need to add in more of the city poll things to make it check more often. This is all good. This is all good. The momentum on the scrolling is so nice, by the way. It's as satisfying as it looks, I swear. I mean, this all seems to be correct so far. Like, it's never doing it too late. It's checking there, it's checking there. I can't see where it went wrong.
Look at that cute nerd.
Cat! Hi! Yeah, the screen couldn't be much more nerdy at this moment. Hey Cat, do you want to see the mess that's on my desk? Thank you for the posture check. Yeah, there's a lot of them. There's a lot. That's the confusing thing. You know, I'm gonna refund you already. Cool. I'm waiting. I've taken too long to refund you. I mean, I've taken too long to whatever. It was 15 minutes ago that you did the redeem. That's what I'm trying to say. Thank you for the hydration. I'm about ready to put this away for tonight. It's 4:30 a.m. Cat, I can send you this as like a reference if you want. Like, legitimately. I was actually in the stream chat channel on my Discord server if you want to grab it. Tonight? The whole city is ours? How's the cat? Cat, have you just woken up or have you not gone to bed yet? I hope you're doing okay. I'm not seeing anything wrong here, man. Which means... Ha! Oh wait, there's a posture check as well. Did I do that? You should say Phil's birthday's been tomorrow. Yeah.
A few moments later.
Cat, my phone has told me, like, the calendar thing did tell me that it was your birthday tomorrow. And I was going to say it. But now if I say it, it's going to sound like I'm saying it because you reminded me. But happy birthday, Cat! Ah, wait, why can't I turn the reverb on? Happy birthday, Cat! Yeah. It is already. Anyways, it doesn't seem to be going wrong. It seems to be catching everything, which in a way is good, but it's a bit of a problem because it means, like, it believes that something is going wrong, which is very strange. And that could either be because that this channel here, like the wire for this one is not properly connected to the Arduino, but it is correctly connected to this thingy, this program. The logic analyzer? I need to make it pads. Or it could mean that something's wrong with the code. Anyway, I'm gonna put this crap away because I just realized it's gonna take me quite a while to clean this all up. So, we should probably start sooner rather than later. Also, pat. There you go. Pats for the cool. Also. Oh shit, sorry, cat, I just poked your eyes. 1 sec. Pat. Happy birthday. Happy birthday, Pats. Also, you know what's coming. You gotta lick the tail. I think she ran away. Okay, fine. Are you trying to run me over? Are you trying to drive? You are. Oh my god. No. The steering. So good. Wait. Why can't I do the... Oh, it's not tracking my hands properly. What the... I think there's so much crap on my desk that my leap motion is not understanding my hand pose correctly. Okay, well, this mess, this has got to end for now. This is very silly code and it's doing silly things. However, it's less silly than it was before, right? Maybe. Yuka Puka. Okay. Oh, Cat, would you like to hear the demo on this keyboard? Like a demo song that it comes with? This is an old 1990 keyboard from that I inherited from my grandpa. If you're still here, hang on a second. Let me load this thing back up because you get to look at things happening when it plays. We're only seeing like just over half the data, but whatever. It sounds like, if I can find the right button. Oh wait, I should have this playing. Oh shit. A sitcom from the late 70s. It goes on for like 2 minutes, so I might as well let it play. This should be my ending music. I wish you could see my hands properly, but it can't. I can't even do my... There we are. Remounts it. And it repeats. That's all. Anyway, I like it. And that's... Oh, that should have been the ending music of my stream. What the? Why am I... Oh yeah, I see. Okay. Okay. That's all. That's all. The end. Nice song. Right? Right? I started cleaning up a little bit. while I was doing that. Well, time to unplug all this mess from the keyboard. Listen to all those cables. Time to put the thingy on the back of the keyboard back on. I'm so glad that I made it a socket. So that I can easily just unplug them. Rather than having to desolder them. Can you imagine that? Having to desolder them every time I finish, like, probing them? I'm glad that past Duke was not under the delusion that she would manage to get this all done in one day. Are you going to sleep well or terribly? Usually terribly. Usually terribly. But sometimes it's acceptable. Oh my god, I just remembered I have to send an email. I guess I can do it tomorrow. Guess I can do it tomorrow. Might as well just keep the stream on while I do some of this cleaning up. Not least because I love this music that's playing right now. So yeah, well, thank you all very much for hanging out. Here's where it ends for now. I'm not entirely sure why the Arduino doesn't. It thinks that it's. I don't know why it thinks that it's getting out of sync. Yeah, I feel like the problem must be in code, because it does seem to actually be responding quickly enough, but I'll have to look at it in more detail. Like, I'll do the old thing where I pretend to be it. Maybe I'm like accidentally incrementing the write pointer instead of the read pointer at some point or something. Aha, point. Cleaning ASMR. Kind of. I actually did a stream where I was shredding stuff recently. I think it's the third time I've done such a stream. But at the end of that stream, because I'd been like pulling out paper that had been waiting for what's time usually streaming? It's first time to me. I don't really have a schedule. I'm sorry to say that. And neither do I have a sleep schedule, so it's like whenever I'm awake and I have enough energy, basically. I'm sorry. I don't usually stream this late, like until this late. I started like around 8:30 or something, I think, PM? Or 9 maybe? I can't remember. Which is around I guess fairly a time that I would often start. So whatever the time is now, 3, 2, 1, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, about 8 hours before now, roughly. No stream schedule, no sleep schedule. Well, one is related to the other. This feels kind of interesting. Look how the interference started on this channel and sort of swept across the wires somewhat. Wish I could like play this back. I mean, I guess I can, but I need to make a program to read its files. Well, I think I'll be ending for now. Let me play my usual ending music, even though it's my energetic playlist. Oh, not energetic, sorry. Well, it is, but that's not what I meant to do. Usual of vocal is also in that playlist. And it's called Sundots. Here it is. Anyway, thank you all very much for hanging out. Let me see who is streaming, not who is raiding. So hopefully I won't raid into someone who's also raiding. Ah, it's that time. It's that time, huh? It's the time when it's mostly only Freedom Studio streaming. Since she's in Australia and her sleep schedule is better than mine, apparently. Yeah, I'm going to pass you on to Freedom Studio, who is doing software and game dev herself as well. She has an amazing raid notification, by the way, if it's working right now. I won't spoil it. But let's just say Cat doing the truck kun thing is very related. In fact, I guess I just spoiled the entire thing, but whatever. You're welcome, cool. Bye-bye, Shiko. Yeah, I want to be streaming several more times. I also want to do another Zenless stream, because I haven't streamed it in like a little while at this point. Like maybe a week. Can you believe that? I went a week without streaming Zenless? Are we crashing into their stream then? We are! Yeah. Let's make that could be a raid message. Crashing into your stream, I guess? That's not really related to my stream though, is it? So the raid messages were usually related to the streamers. The raider rather than the raidee. I don't really know what to say about my stream though. I don't know. Weird Cat's car crash. Sure. Weird Cat car crash raid. Sure. Well, no, that's gonna probably scare her. Actually, it makes it like I haven't been in a car crash. No. That's not what the stream is all about. How about something like you're welcome, Jingles. Thank you again for the raid. I'm sorry to be disappearing soon after you raided. Although I was able to stall for like half an hour. So I will go and save the kidneys as well. Cool. Oh, the 8-bit drummer! I just noticed that some of the emotes you used were from the 8-bit drummer. What a fun person the 8-bit drummer is. What like a bundle of positive energy. I don't know what raid message to do. I know what to do. Have a good week. Thank you. My raid music is finished already. Let's start it again. Okay, so the raid message is gonna be... Sniff my data? Maybe? Sniff my data raid. If you have any sniffer emotes, that'd be good as well. Do I have any access to any right now? I do not. Sad. But otherwise, feel free to use this emote. If you don't have access to that, feel free to use, whatever. Any. Sniffer your data? Sure. Sniff my data is what I suggested, but... It's like, yes. Hi, Exa, I'm ending. Welcome, sorry. Thank you for the stream, you're welcome. Here's where we're going. Freedom Studio. Secure name discussion and Crystal Sky is dev. She's doing stuff right now. It's in Godot. I'm trying to give headbands. She does cool stuff as well. But yeah, okay, sniff my data raid, I guess, is the raid message. I'm just pasting it again for myself. But yeah, thank you very much for being here. I am disappearing now. Bye. Sniffma, exactly. Shiftma, sniffma. I'm gonna save the kidneys, get some food, and let my room cool down. Cause look at that temperature. Look at that temperature. Unacceptable. But what is acceptable is you keeping me company for so long. Thank you.